So everything starts out the same, except one crucial thing Ash did. He went to bed much earlier. This doesn't look much, however, this does change the alternative timeline, which this causes Ash to change his Pokemon journey forever. This doesn't stop him from accidentally breaking his alarm clock. However, since Ash does went to bed much earlier, he might actually have a chance on picking his starter. So when Ash finds out that he overslept, he quickly ran over to the Pokemon lab like a mad lad, and he found out there's the starter left that he could choose. He wanted to choose Squirtle, but quickly found out that Gary, his rifle, already took him. So his second choice is Bulbasaur, and I wanna know what you're thinking. Boxman, why would you choose Bulbasaur over Charmander? And I know what you think, but if you go back to the original episode, Ash clearly chose Bulbasaur as his second choice, which means Charmander was his third choice. And since Bulbasaur is still here, Ash would get Bulbasaur. So therefore, his first ever starter Pokemon is Bulbasaur. Once he has his trusty Bulbasaur by his side and his new acquired Pokédex and a couple of Pokeballs, he quickly said goodbye to his mother because he's not going to see her for 6 months or so, and went off to his new Pokemon adventure. Ash quickly encounters a wild Caterpie. He quickly uses new Pokemon Dex to scan it and finds out it's a bug type. So he sends out Bulbasaur, and unlike Pikachu in the timeline, Bulbasaur is actually willing to listen to his trainer. So with a Pokemon listening his commands, Ash easily capture his Caterpie, just like in the original timeline. Once Ash is nearly arrived at their city, so he could go to the Pokemon Center to check on his Pokemon. But unfortunately, Ash quickly encounters a wild monkey by grabbing his head and nearly run away with it. Luckily, Ash was quick and fast and sent out Bulbasaur to battle, stopping him in his path. With a combination of tackle and vine whip, and Mankey's aggression blinding him in the battle, which leaves him defeated by the Seed Pokemon, which Ash quickly captured the monkey and added a third member to his team and receiving his signature hat. Once Ash finally arrives at the Pokemon Center to heal up his party up and to have a good night's rest at his long journey. But like in the anime, the Team Rocket attacked the Pokemon Center and wants to steal every Pokemon in the center. Luckily for Nurse Joy, Ash and a orange-haired girl will defend the Pokemon. And Ash wants to send out Bulbasaur to battle, but quickly realizes that Bulbasaur is still healing up, and Mankey already had battle with Bulbasaur. So this leads Ash, the only Pokemon Ash has left, which is Caterpie, to battle. And the orange girl sends out a fish Pokemon to battle, but unfortunately, it needs water to be able to move and attack, which forces her to send her gold water Pokemon back to the Pokeball. And Team Rocket just laughs at Caterpie and tells Ash how weak and pathetic it is, which Team Rocket commands their poison Pokemon to attack Caterpie, which are stronger than Caterpie, but luckily for Ash, Caterpie has a move that will give him advantage in this battle, which Caterpie uses String Shot to restrain and slow down Team Rocket a bit, which is enough time for Bulbasaur to heal up and use his new move, Razor Leaf, and blasting off Team Rocket out of Pokemon Center, saving the day. However, Caterpie had enough experience which leads him to his next evolution, enable him to evolve in the Pokemon Center with a bright glow, which transformed him into Metapod. And Ash proudly and happy that his first catcher Pokemon evolved in his very eyes, which leads him to be a proud trainer. For the next day for Ash, everything plays out like the anime. The same as nearly caught a Weedle, the samurai interrupted him and the Weedle runs away. And the samurai challenged Ash to a Pokemon battle and Ash gladly accepts it. Since his team is much more different than the anime, Ash will have an interesting battle as Ash sends out Monkey to battle and the samurai sends out his big bug to battle Beetle. Ash finds out it's a bug type, so Ash quickly commands Monkey for a quick karate chop. Unfortunately for the white pig monkey, the pincer quickly grabs Monkey with his huge pincers and nearly crushing his body. Luckily, Ash quickly used Senate attack in Pincher's eyes, blinding him, which leads Monkey to do a low sweep, knocking the pincers off his pants and quickly land a karate chop at Pincer, knocking him out, which leads Ash to his first win. The samurai sends out his second Pokemon to battle, a Beetle, which gives Monkey a huge disadvantage against the poison and bug Pokemon, since its both typing resists Monkey's fighting moves, and Dreamer is flying and taking advantage by quickly using Tornado and Poison Sting, knocking Monkey out and clearly didn't have a chance of winning. This leaves Ash to send out his newly acquired evolved Pokemon to battle Metapod. But Ash quickly finds out there's a problem. Metapod can't move much, and the only ranging move that he could possibly even hit Beedrill is String Shot. But the samurai knows that move very well and knows how to counter it by using Beedrill's stingers to cut himself free from the String Shot. And with Metapod at a huge advantage and Beedrill still have a lot of energy left, which leaves Ash his first loss in a Pokemon battle. After that battle has resolved, everything plays out like the anime. While Beedrill attacks both of them, Ash abandoned his Metapod to save his own hide and just leaves them hiding in a cabin in the woods, which the samurai scolds Ash for being a bad trainer and leaving his Pokemon. This leaves Ash to be more thoughtful of his Pokemon, and this change him quite a bit, not being a selfish jerk. But everything else plays the same way. Ash quickly goes back to save Metapod, and Metapod evolves Butterfree and protect them from the wild Beedrill. And that as Ash and the samurai say goodbye to each other, and the samurai asks that Ash has a long way to go to be a good trainer, and this isn't the last time they will meet. Everything plays out when Ash hears about the gym leaders and the Pokemon League, which leaves Ash wanting to battle all 8 gym leaders and goes to the first gym leader in the city, Pewter Gym. And this leads Ash to encounter Brock and challenge him for a gym badge. And everything plays much more differently, but like the same, as Ash sends out Butterfree to battle with Brock's Geodude to battle. Ash thinks that he has advantage having a fully evolved Pokemon by his side and Butterfree able to fly in battle. Unfortunately, he quickly learns that Geodude has advantage over Butterfree, which is his weak against 4 times 2 rock type move, as Geodude uses Rock Throw and knocking Butterfree pretty easy, which leaves Ash devastated. And Ash has a quick flashback with a battle with the Pokemon Samurai, and he thinks to himself, I can't lose again. So without giving up, Ash sends out his third Pokemon to battle Bulbasaur. The only reason he's using Bulbasaur here is because he uses it much more than Mankey, and he quickly uses Vine Whip to have a quick distance away. But unexpectedly for Ash, this has big damage against Geodude, since he has no way of defending himself with grass type moves, knocking him out, which leaves Ash stunned and amazed and hasn't realized Pokemon type matches that well. But he thinks that Butterfree is weakening him enough for Bulbasaur to have an easily lead. However, this little victory Ash has quickly shattered as Brock sent out his second Pokemon, Onix, which easily overtowers the little seed Pokemon, and Ash thinks there's no way he could defeat this huge Pokemon. But he doesn't give up and he quickly tries to use the same trick as using the grass type move, but this time using Razor Leaf. However, Onix uses Dig to avoid the attack completely, which does get Ash completely surprised by that move. And Onix quickly appeared by attacking Bulbasaur underneath him and quickly using the move Bind to restrain Bulbasaur in his space and slowly squeezing Bulbasaur out. And Ash quickly tried to call up a move, but Bulbasaur is too in pain to do anything, which leaves Ash to say he surrenders. After getting his second loss to a Pokemon battle, Ash is pretty devastated at this point. Luckily, the old man that he met before has saw Ash's match and quickly said to him, "Boy, you have no idea how Pokemon type matches work, do you?" And Ash is a bit angry about this, but quickly needs the old man's help. And the old man accepts this. The only thing the old man could teach Ash is to train up and tells him what Pokemon type is good against with the other. And after about a few days of training, Ash came back to the Pokemon Center with a new strategy in hand. The battle will be a 2 versus 2 Pokemon battle, and Ash sends out Mankey this time around, and it is clear as day as Mankey has a type advantage over Geodude, as Geodude tried to use Rock Throw to crush Mankey into the wall, but Mankey uses his Karate Chop to smash through all the rocks that Geodude could produce, and Mankey tried to get close with Sphere Swept, and this leaves Brock a bit confused, knowing a normal type would be in effect against a rock type like Geodude, which leads to Geodude doing attack. However, this was a trap for Ash, as Ash commands Mankey to grab the rock Pokemon and use submission, as the Mankey grabs Geodude behind and jumps the highest he could do and lands on Geodude's head with side smash, defeating him as easier as previous battles with Bulbasaur. Brock is a bit surprised by retrieving Geodude in his Pokeball and sending out Onix. Ash has realized that Mankey has been weighing down Geodude and it's tired already. And this time Ash won't try to actually do any damage against Onix, but only to lower down its defense with Layer. It took a couple of tries, However, Onyx is fully arrested and uses a rock to trap Mankey into a corner, and Onyx to the opportunity to tackle the little monkey into the ground, knocking him out with spirals in his eyes. As Ash retrieves him in his Pokeball and sends out his next Pokemon, Bulbasaur. This isn't like previously, as Bulbasaur is much more rested, and this time when Brock tried to command Dig, Ash was much more prepared as he used Bulbasaur's Vine Whip to smack on the ground and landing and pushing him into the air that he couldn't do physically, as Onyx tried to attack him under him, but as Onyx is way too far away to hit Bulbasaur into the air, and Bulbasaur uses a razor leaf, and it's a critical hit as Onyx roared down in pain. However, Onyx doesn't go down that easily, as Onyx uses Smackdown to force Bulbasaur into the ground. However, this is a good opening for Bulbasaur to launch a new move, Leech Seed, onto the Rock Snake Pokemon. But Bulbasaur is still pinned down by Onyx. However, Ash quickly uses Razor Leaf to push him away Onyx and manage to leap out of his grasp, and avoiding the bind again, just like last time. And this is a endurance battle between the Bulbasaur and Onyx, and over time Bulbasaur is slowly taking the battle as Onyx's HP is weighing down slowly and maturely, and with Bulbasaur using a powerful Vine Whip smacking Onyx in the face, which leaves Onyx to the ground with spirals in his eyes, as Ash has officially won his first battle. However, since Ash has won, unlike in the anime, this doesn't lead Brock to leave the gym, because he knows that Ash can handle himself, which puts a pretty sad on Brock's face, as he just stays in the gym without going on a journey with Ash. And because of that, Ash continues ahead in his journey without Brock by his side. This leaves Ash to the next episode in the anime, Mountain Moon. This is where Ash has entered a weary cave filled with many different Pokemon. However, the one Pokemon that caught his eye the most was a wild Clefairy, and he did not encounter the professor. And because of that, without the professor forcing him to not catch a Clefairy, but luckily he's not around, so Ash managed to capture Clefairy by using Mankey, and it was a pretty easy catch on his part, so which leaves a fourth member in Ash's party, a Clefairy. This leaves our heroes in Cerulean City to challenge the third gym here. Just like in the anime, Ash finds out where the gym is and challenges the leaders, and he finds out there are actually 3 of them. And unlike in the anime, the 3 mermaid sisters are much more willing to battle, because the other trainer hasn't arrived and haven't crushed their spirits in a battle. So Ash has no problem whatsoever challenging them as his third battle commences. So the battle between Ash and the 3 mermaid sisters, and this will be a 3-on-3 battle where Ash has to defeat each of the sisters in battle. So the sister sends out Poliwag while Ash sends out Butterfree. Now this is a fair battle between these two, and Ash quickly thinks that Poliwag has the advantage in the water while Butterfree has the advantage in the air. These two clashes exchanges with confusion and Bumblebee, but with Butterfree having the slight advantage and having powder moves like poison, stun, and sleep powder, able to wear off Poliwag over time and finishing up with a gust attack, knocking him out, which leads Ash with a 1-point victory and the sister with a 0. After Poliwag is knocked out in battle, the two trainers sends back their Pokemon as the third older sister will send out her Pokemon as it sends out Goldeen, while Ash sends out his new acquired Pokemon, Clefairy. And he probably knows that Monkey doesn't have any range move against the Pokemon that can just go underwater. So he thinks Clefairy has something to do with it. But he quickly finds out that he didn't spend much time with it, which leads to Goldeen landing a powerful pack attack on Clefairy, which leaves Ash with a knocked out Pokemon, which leads Ash with 1 point and the sister with 1 point. The final battle begins as Ash sends out his trusty Pokémon via side Bulbasaur, while the mermaid's sister sends out Seal. This is a very tough battle for Ash since she keeps dodging Bulbasaur's attack by constantly diving into the water and launching powerful snow powder at Bulbasaur, which is effective on the little grass type. How luckily, Ash has a strategy to wear down Silver by using a combination of leech sheet and poison powder. And he couldn't get this on time, but luckily when Seal popped out his head, which leaves him an opening for a leech sheet and poison powder combo. And so Bulbasaur can just take this opportunity as an endurance battle. And Bulbasaur has a few experience on having an endurance battle, which leaves Ash with a victory with a 2 points against a 1 point, which means Ash has won his second badge in his Pokemon journey. Well, his next battle was some other trainer, which he uses Clefairy for battle, and this time Ash spends much more time with Clefairy, noticing he really hasn't spent time with her, but luckily he trains quite a little bit enough where he knows Clefairy quite well, and just leads him with a Clefairy's first victory. After the young boy tells Ash, a very powerful trainer, that he is undefeated, Ash takes this opportunity to visit the undefeated trainer. So it follows exactly like the anime where he met TJ. This leads everything was exactly like the anime. Ash challenged AJ for a Pokemon battle, and finding out AJ only uses Sandslash, while Ash gets to use all 4 of his Pokemon. Ash thinks himself he has an easy win, but there's one problem. AJ's Sandslash is way too experienced and way too well trained for this, which leaves Ash in a better single loss against a full V1, which Sandslash easily dominate most of his Ash's Pokemon. And Ash thought he had a good chance with Bulbasaur. However, Sandslash is way too well trained against grass type Pokemon, which leaves Ash shockingly lose against the little hedgehog Pokemon. After that embarrassing loss, Ash finds out that AJ has been really training not just Sandslash but the rest of his Pokemon. This leads as a bit of a mixed feelings. After winning 2 badges, he thinks he's on his way to become a top trainer. But realizing badges isn't everything, he needs to really bond with his Pokemon and train his Pokemon every single day, which leaves Ash to be more training with his Pokemon and not to overuse Bulbasaur in battle, since that most of his Pokemon is falling off in experience. So he will promise to AJ that he will defeat him one day. And the rest of the anime follows exactly. Team Rocket tried to attack, AJ wins and gets 100 and goes to his own journey. This isn't the last time where AJ and Ash will. This isn't the last time they will meet, and they will meet again. Over his team watching them and making sure to not get in trouble and not to get any fights. Well, Monkey is just in it for any battle. He's quite of a battle brawler. Well, Clefairy is kind of like the motherly of the group, while Butterfly is just wants to fly around as a happy butterfly. But however, we straight back to the anime as Ash does meet up with the boy being harassed by a bunch of kids, and this is where Ash actually sees a school for the first time. He comments that the school is worthless. It's easy to go out in the world and experience everything and not just read a bunch of books, which leads to one guy in particular pretty mad, which is Giselle, and this wants her to battle with Ash, and Ash points out that he has 4 Pokemon with 2 badges, and this makes it more funnier than the original. And this is where Janine and Ash battle. This battle leads on a 1-versus-1 where Janine sends out Cubone. Ash could easily send out Bulbasaur, but remembers that he doesn't want to overuse Bulbasaur and actually wants his other members to have a battle. So he sends out his aggressive battler Mankey to battle. There's no type advantage, but it's clear that Cubone has a bit of an edge using his club like a boomerang, using boomerang like for a ranger jab, where Mankey doesn't have that type of move to do so. But however, he has one thing going for him: his aggression and having training. He learns a few moves which gives him a bit of advantage, like the move Seismic Toss. However, it wasn't as effective because Cubone is wearing a skull on his head, which isn't as effective. But Ash noticed that Cubone is relying on his club to attack, so he called out Mikey to grab the bone in the air as Cubone uses boomerang again, and this time Mankey grabs it and uses karate chop, not to the head but the side of his stomach, which knocks him out, which leads Ash his first victory, proving that all that training paid off pretty well. And this leads Jen now pretty mad at him and calls out Ash this won't be the last time these two will meet again, and she will battle, which means she will leave the school just to earn badges and to prove Ash that her experience with the school is much more better than him going on an adventure without doing any schoolwork. After that day with Ash batting Giselle and winning over him, she does point out he only has 4 Pokemon and points out at this point most trainers would have more than at least 10, and this leads us to wanting to catch more Pokemon. And this exactly happens like in the anime where Ash finds out Krabby and battles him, and just like in the anime, he fought it out with the best stick and allowing him to capture his 5th member in the party. And luckily, Krabby doesn't teleport away because this is his only 5th member. So therefore, Ash could keep around Krabby much more than the original. However, the rest of this episode plays out pretty similar like the anime. So we can go forward to the next episode. After that day, Ash finding out there's this giant Pokemon and completely missed the opportunity to see it. The next day follows calmly where Ash battles a couple of trainers, earning a few experience for his body work and wanting to know about Krabby and bonding a little bit, but not training as much with it. So however, he found a wild Magma Knight wandering around in the forest, which leads as an opportunity to get his sixth member in his party. He sends out Butterfree for the sole purpose of using one of his moves, Sleep Powder, which does hit Magma Knight and earning him his sixth member. However, there's a problem. He finds out this wild Magnemite is a bit sick, so he quickly hurried to the Pokemon Center. And this is where then we play similar where Ash has a sick Pikachu, and this plays all the way until Ash meets with this wild Mug and Grimer's attacking. Where Ash has to send out Bulbasaur to battle and learning that most of his move is unaffected by Mug being a poison type. So just as retreating Bulbasaur and sending out his still sick Pokemon Magnemite to battle. Just like it played out just like the anime where Ash catches Mug by teleports away because it's his 7th member in his party. And everything plays out exactly at this time. Magnemite is fully healed and Ash follows track on his journey. We're headed to the next episode called Electric Shock Showdown. This leads Ash to get his 3rd gym badge. However, once he went to the Pokemon Center, he quickly found out this gym leader is pretty strong. Just seeing a bunch of Pokemon knocked out and sent to the Pokemon Center as fast as possible, which Ash is a bit scared but still confident with his team he could handle the challenge. This leech asked me Surge, and he finds out how strong he really is. The battle begins and it's going to be a 2-1-2 battle. This leech has to send out his newly Pokemon to battle Magnemite, and Surge found out that this young man has an electric type Pokemon too. However, as for finding out his electric type is far stronger than Magnemite, so he sent out Voltorb to battle and finds out his speed is insane and Magnemite could not land a single hit. So Voltorb knocked out Magnemite with Sonic Boom, not giving Magnemite a chance to land a hit. This leaves us devastated and quickly thinks around a solution around Voltorb's speed. So the only Pokemon that he thinks he could handle that type of speed is Bulbasaur. As Bulbasaur is not planning on meeting his speed, he just needs to slow him down by Ash commands Bulbasaur use poison power at close range when Voltorb uses attack, which makes Voltorb poison in the meantime. This leads Surge no choice but to keep attacking while Bulbasaur can still handle it. However, the poison on Voltorb finally lets down as Voltorb is knocked out from the poison. Ash thinks to himself he doesn't need to outpower or slow them. He just needs to wear them down enough so Bulbasaur can pick off the win. So Surge sends us his 3rd Pokemon to battle, a Raichu, and Ash quickly finds out that Bulbasaur's endurance strategy can't get him the win because this Raichu has way too much power over Bulbasaur, which leaves Raichu knocking out Bulbasaur with a slam attack, knocking the Little Seed Pokemon, and Ash has lost his 3rd gym battle. He found himself at the Pokemon Center where he gets Bulbasaur and Magnemite checked up and healed up. and he needs to think how could he defeat Raichu, and he knows Raichu is very strong, and even if he uses all of his Pokemon, he believes they are still outmatched by Raichu, so he contemplates what he could do in this one. But the only thing he knows how to is to train, and he trained for the next few weeks to dedicate for pure training. This leads for some of the Pokemon some growth and some much more needed, like Krabby and Magma, like that Ash hasn't really trained them well. However, most of the rest is still being ready for their next attempt. This is where Ash tries his second attempt on defeating the electric type gym leader, and this is where he tries Surge again, and of course he accepts as a gym leader. This time Surge sends out Voltorb, thinking Ash was sent out Magmar for revenge. However, he's surprised that Ash actually changed his strategy and sent out Clefairy Imperator, which gets Urge laughing at Clefairy, thinking it's way too weak to defeat Voltorb, and it still looks too pretty to defeat a strong Pokemon like this, which leads Clefairy angry and is determined to defeat Voltorb no matter what after getting insulted, which leads Surge to do the same strategy as using Sonic Boom. However, Ash quickly uses his new Clefairy's move, Disarming Voice, and quickly stopping the two sound wave move, stopping one another. And this time when Surge tried to use Quick Attack just to do a quick damage, Ash quickly uses Indoor. This is where Ash tries his second attempt on defeating the electric type gym leader, and this is where he tries Surge again, and of course he accepts as a gym leader. This time Surge sends out Voltorb, thinking Ash was sent out Magmar for revenge. However, he's surprised that Ash actually changed his strategy and sent out Clefairy Imperator, which gets Urge laughing at Clefairy, thinking it's way too weak to defeat Voltorb, and it still looks too pretty to defeat a strong Pokemon like this, which leads Clefairy angry and is determined to defeat Voltorb no matter what after getting insulted, which leads Surge to do the same strategy as using Sonic Boom. However, Ash quickly uses his new Clefairy's move, Disarming Voice, and quickly stopping the two sound wave move, stopping one another. And this time when Surge tried to use Quick Attack just to do a quick damage, Ash quickly uses Indoor. Lieutenant Surge took the opportunity to charge up his Pokemon by using the move Charge. However, he's caught by surprise by Ash using the move Encore, and just leads Voltorb using the same move as Lieutenant Surge tried to use Thunder Shock. However, with all that power, Voltorb could only charge up because of Encore, which leads Clefairy an opening by using the move Double Slap over and over again, enough for Voltorb to be knocked out. This leads Lieutenant Surge a bit angry. However, this leads happy for Clefairy winning the battle for his trainer. Lieutenant Surge is pretty angry, so he returns his Pokemon and he sends out his third Pokemon, Raichu, to battle, which leaves Ash no choice but to ensure that Clefairy is hanging up in there enough for her to do something. Ash commands Clefairy to do a double slap, but Raichu is too fast for that attack to make a hit on him. So Lieutenant Surge commands Raichu to use a Thunderbolt and just leads Clefairy a lot of damage and knock her out. However, Ash is pretty proud of her managed to get one of his lieutenants, your Pokemon, knocked out, which Ash sends out his only hope of defeating Raichu, his trusty and long companion Bulbasaur, to battle. He attempts to use the same strategy as before, but Lieutenant Zed is much too aware of that strategy, so he's attempting to use long range and to not get close to Bulbasaur, and just repeatedly using the move Thunderbolt. Luckily, Bulbasaur is aggressive, resisting the move, but it's not completely immune to the damage. So over time, Bulbasaur couldn't do much and just tries to use Razor Leaf. However, Raichu is way too strong for the little Bulbasaur. It nearly fell knocked out. However, his trainer calls out, and this surge of compassion and an overwhelming of his trainer crying out, those little sea Pokemon happens to evolve and right in front of everyone. As Bulbasaur slowly glows much bigger and Ash's eyes, Bulbasaur evolved into Ivysaur, the much stronger stage of Bulbasaur's evolution. This leaves Ash pretty happy with it, but Lieutenant Zed is still on the attack and commands Raichu to finish him off before Ivysaur could do anything else. But Ivysaur has much more power and more endurance, handling the Thunderbolt pretty more than his Bulbasaur evil. So Ivysaur can get much more closer and unleash a powerful close range at Raichu, a Razor Leaf. And this managed to knock out Raichu, which leads Ash his third gym badge with Ivysaur, and as he proudly pets Ivysaur and cheer him on for his evolution, which made Ivysaur a happy Pokemon. This is where Ash continues his journey normally, but he encounters a wild Hitmonchan and he wants to capture it, but he doesn't have Pikachu, but he does have a fighting type monkey, and this time this is where Ash attempts to train him a new move called Rocket Punch. This still happens, but it's clear as day as Mankey is way too weak, taking down much Hitmonchan, and this is where his trainer comes in, and this plays exactly like the anime. The only difference is Mankey is the placement of Pikachu in this scenario, and this is where Ash learns about the tournament, and this time Mankey is still, after being defeated by Machamp, he is determined to win at the tournament and vows to defeat Hitmonchan, and this is where it plays very similarly in the anime, except Ash only has Mankey and not Primate. However, Mankey still listens to him, which allows him to take him all the way to the final and with Hitmonchan versus Mankey. This is where the match begins with these two fighting type Pokemon landing powerful hits one another, but Mankey is at a disadvantage because Hitmonchan has overwhelming strength, as Mankey is not even tall enough to reach him at eye level or even close by. So Hitmonchan leads him with powerful Mach punches after Mach punches, and even a close combat which devastates the little monkey. He's about to give up, and Ash encourages Mankey to never give up and never surrender, which leads Mankey a bit emotional at this point. Nobody thinks he could win this except for his trainer. This overwhelming, unexpected emotion leads Mankey into evolve his stronger evolution Primate, and this plays out exactly like the anime. The only difference is Primate is facing Hitmonchan, which defeated him as a Mankey, and this made Primate much more angry and gives him a victory over Hitmonchan, and this leaves Primate as the champ, leaving Ash a victory and having a powerful fighting type on his team. After Ash's victory with his powerful fighting type by his side, instantly the trainer that tried to capture his Pokemon early, he walks to him and tells Ash he could train Mankey for him and just leads Ash to accepting this. And this is why we never see Primeape ever again. Psych! Ash still keeps around Primeape, thinking that he still has much more potential about to do. So Ash keeps around Primeape. However, he won't forget Anthony of training on Primeape for him. And this is where Ash still continues, still having Primeape by his side. Unfortunately, this is the episode where Ash released Butterfree to hang out with his girlfriend, which leaves Ash pretty devastated, as everything good must have a bad ending, as Ash has his first ever Pokemon being freed so he could hang out with his girlfriend, which leaves Ash pretty devastated. After losing his first Pokemon, Ash is feeling a catch. A new Pokemon perhaps could cheer him up. So he spent a day's worth trying to find a good Pokemon to catch. He found out a wild, spunky dog Pokemon, Growlithe. So he attempts to catch it, but the Growlithe is too aggressive. So Ash quickly finds out it's a fighter. So he sends out his water Pokemon to battle Krabby, knowing that Krabby hasn't battled as much. So this is a good opportunity to have a battle experience, and this leads us to manage to capture a fire type on his party, which leaves Krabby pretty proud by his prowess. And this is where the episode goes next to our next adventure starts at Cerulean City, where Ash wants to challenge the fourth gym leader and get his fourth badge. Ash will go to the gym leader, Erica, and without Misty there, Ash wouldn't make fun of the perfume, which means that Ash and Erica can have the problem with no problem. So the battle will start out with a 3-on-3 battle. Erica will set the tone for the rest of the battle by sending out Tangela, which means Ash never seen a Tangela before, but he knows the information that he got from his Pokédex. It's a grass type, so therefore Ash will go safety by going with Growlithe. You would think a fire type would have no problem with the grass type. Unfortunately, this is a one-sided for Growlithe, since it's pretty new to Pokemon Beta, and also this is pretty much the first time Ash is using Growlithe for the first time. So Ash has to use this tricky Ash thing to get around this situation. Ash tries to attempt by using Embers, but unfortunately for the little doggo, the Vine Pokemon is able to use his many Vines advantage by using a lot of Vine web attacks a distance away from Growlithe. Growlithe attempted to use Bite or Flame Wave to get closer, but unfortunately, as soon as it got close, it quickly got a paralyzed from Stun Spore. Unable for Ash to think of something quickly, the only thing he could do is retrieve Growlithe back to the Pokeball and send out next Magnemite for battle. This time it's much more favorable for Ash because thanks to Magnemite being a steel type, it's very resistant of all Tangela's attack. So with a powerful gyro ball right into Tangela's face, it's easily to knock Tangela away. So Erica has to retrieve Chang'e and send out a third Pokemon, Weeping Bell. Even though Magma Knight's electric type move isn't effective by Weeping Bell's grass typing, Weeping Bell couldn't touch Magma Knight since it's a steel type, resisting both of its main typing, immunity from poison and resisting grass type just in general. So Magma Knight is able to take out Weeping Bell. However, this does leave Magma to wear down its stem, making it very tired. So Erica has no choice to send out her last Pokemon, Fire Plume, a big flower Pokemon to battle. And since Ash has a big head, thinking that Magma might takes two of her Pokemon, he has a bit of an ego. Lets him get surprised by Fire Plume using the move Petal Blizzard, one-shotting Magma Knight after a very exhausting battle from his two battles. Ash returns Magma Knight and sends out back in Growlithe. This time, even though Growlithe is paralyzed, it has much more favorable since the big flower Pokemon doesn't have much range and is also quite slow. So Growlithe can take a few flame wheels. However, it falls down from a sludge wave, a sludge bomb from Fire Plume, knocking Growlithe and forcing Ash to send him back to his Pokeball. And now Ash has one more Pokemon left to choose, so he sending out his new evolved Pokemon, Primeape. Even though Ash could send out Ivysaur to battle, but he quickly noted he's relying on it again. So he wants to test out Primeape's new power. So he sends out Primeape with a huge roar ready for battle. Even though both Pokemon don't have the advantage, but it's clearly a battle. So Primeape and Vileplume had a fierce battle while Vileplume is keeping a distance away from Primeape, which is the opposite of Primeape. He wants to get close as possible to do one of his close-up moves like Break, and Karate Chop. However, Ash has an ace move on his sleeve. Primeape knows a flying type move to give him an edge, but he doesn't want to use it yet because right now Primeape isn't closer. So he did a risky removable by using low sweep to get close. Unfortunately, since he's too low in the ground, Vileplume took the opportunity to blast Primeape with a powerful sludge bomb in the face. Luckily, Primeape is still standing and uses his new acrobatics, super affecting Vileplume to run, leading Ash a victory as he gains his 4th badge. But before he could head off to his next badge, he quickly asked Erica for help to help him train Ivysaur so he may potentially learn a new poison type move like Sludge Bomb, and Erica is happy to do so. And this is where the part ends. After earning his 4th badge from Erica, he's head off to his next adventure. He found out a wild Eevee. He wanted to catch it, but quickly finds out it's already been owned by another trainer. Just like in the anime, he returns Eevee to its original trainer and finds out about the 3 evil brothers. And they invite Ash to a party where all the other trainers is evolving their Pokemon by a stone. And Ash quickly finds out there's a moon stone available, which leads Ash intrigued and exciting. But unfortunately, he didn't want to force Pokefair to evolve. But it wouldn't hurt to ask her opinion. So he asked Clefairy and afraid that Clefairy might say no. But the opposite happened where Clefairy actually wants to evolve. And Ash asks the brothers that he could have a moonstone, and they gladly gave it to him as a thanks for helping their little brother get Eevee. So Ash hands over the moonstone, give it to Clefairy, and as he stands, Clefairy holds it, and an evolution appears where Ash witness his newest, his oldest Pokemon evolving as Clefairy evolves into Clefable. This is how our X episode plays out, called Abra and the Psychic Showdown. This is where Ash gets to go for his 5th gym badge and battle Sabrina for her psychic badge. Unfortunately, after this is where Sabrina sends out Kadabra for battle, and Ash finds out this is a psychic type, and unfortunately he has no experience on dealing with a psychic type, so he went for unreliable Ivysaur to battle, but he quickly goes horribly wrong since Ash will find out psychic types are pretty strong against poison type like Ivysaur, plus Kadabra is much more stronger than any other Pokemon Ash has ever seen. So it played out just like the anime, except Ivysaur is Pikachu and could not defeat Kadabra with his psychic powers. This plays pretty similar in the anime where Ash is sent to a doll dimension. I'm not sure really, but it doesn't matter since Sabrina's father was saved and warns Ash that he needs a ghost type to help him on his battle with Sabrina. And this is in Ash lessons and goes his next journey to catch a ghost type perhaps. Our next episode plays out at the Tower of Death. This is where Ash encounters 3 ghost types, and this plays pretty similar to the anime. This is where Ash actually dies. I'm not joking. You go back to the episode, he really died. Oh, Pokemon couldn't be real. But anyways, Ash would have catch a hunter, but instead he catches Ghastly. And you would think Ash would have better control with Ghastly than Hunter, because Hunter in the region did nothing, only goof around. But unfortunately, it will play out similarly, but not as much, because Ghastly is a bit more serious in battle if he wants to. But unfortunately, Ash won't go immediately for Sabrina because he knows that even if he has Ghastly on his side, he would be too inexperienced to battle a psychic type. So he chose to head off and then to come back later for the match. After a day of just relaxing, and Ash wants to get to know Ghastly a little bit, and he wants to train him with Krabby and Knight. Unfortunately, as soon as the battle really gets heated, Ghastly pretty much goofs off and doesn't take the thing seriously. However, this is much more progress because Ghastly is more willing to not goof around as less. But unfortunately, they're in a beach. This is where Ash encounters another trainer. However, this trainer has a huge Kingler, and this Kingler is easily much more bigger than Little Krabby, which Kingler makes fun of the Little Crab. This makes Krabby angry and demands it to battle with. Ash doesn't have a problem including this trainer, which they agree upon to have a one-on-one. You would think Krabby would use his small size for its advantage. Unfortunately, after Kingler made fun of its size, Krabby demands he can prove himself by not using his size but using his raw strength. Unfortunately, he got his butt handed to him by Kingler's overwhelming power, which Krabby is knocked out by Kingler's crab hammer, knocking him out, getting him an embarrassing loss. However, Ash is there to encourage Krabby to get much more stronger. So the next day they dedicate Krabby and Ash for trading, which means Krabby comes much more closer to Ash than the original. And they want to battle the trainer once again. This time it goes much more favorable for Krabby. So I guess Ash can tells Krabby needs to use its small size to its advantage, and Krabby do so actually doing a couple of good shots with Razor Shell. However, Kingler's oversized power plays pretty well since it uses hammer arm to crush Krabby and nearly cracking his armor. But with Ash there rooting for Krabby to win, this lets Krabby to evolve into it's leading Krabby to evolve Kingler, and the difference is Ash's Kingler is much more bigger, and this comes surprise to the trainers Kingler, which made fun of him, and Kingler would have this opportunity to use his very own new move, Crab Hammer, knocking the other Kingling out, which leaves Ash's Kingler very happy, and this is where the episode ends here. We start out the next episode of the Ninja Poke Showdown, which plays pretty similar to the anime, but unlike the anime here, Team Rocket isn't obsessed with Ash's Pikachu because he doesn't have it, and they don't have any interest of Ash's other Pokemon. So Team Rocket wouldn't interfere their battle, which means it's a 3-on-3 with it's a 4-on-4 with no interruption. Our Ash team is drastically much more different than the original. So we're gonna play out to see what happens here. Koga was sent out the battle with his poison mouth Pokemon Venomoth to battle, and Ash, knowing checking his Pokédex, it's a bug and poison type, so he sends out Growler for a type advantage, and this is much more differently than Growler's other gym, since it's way more comfortable battling and knowing Bash's battle style, which leads to Growler able to dodge Venomoth's air slash by using Flame Wave to dodge and weave through the tight spaces and crashing his whole way to Venomoth to the ground. Unfortunately, Venomoth is still standing and takes his opportunity since it's way closer to gravity. It uses Poison Fang, and this unfortunately lets the dog go being poisoned. Then the moth Pokemon took some distance away. However, Ash took the opportunity to call Growler to power up by using the move how to power up his next attack. However, he is vulnerable to the next attack Psybeam, crushing the little doggo to the ground. However, it's still standing, which leads Growler charging in straight, and Venomoth tried to use another Psybeam. However, the little dog Pokemon is much more tougher, even if it's still poison. It goes through and does one more powerful flame charge, knocking Venomoth out, leaving Koga to return his moth Pokemon and has to send out his next Pokemon. Even though Growler took a W for this one, Growler is still poison and it's very dangerous if Growler keeps battling like this. So Ash has to return Growler. Then Koga sends out Mark, which Ash is surprising because he actually owns his own Mark. So he quickly knows that they are pretty strong. So he has to use with strength by sending out his newly evolved crab Pokemon Kingler to battle. Ash commands Kingler to do a vice grip attack, but unfortunately for Ash, Mark is unique biologically, even though it would take neutral damage, but his liquid body allows it to easily resist the pinch crab, which Mark took the opportunity to use a huge body slam on Kingler, which he stuck in Mark's body, almost suffocating it. However, Ash quickly forms a plan by using Crab Hammer to inflate Mark like a balloon, which Krabby does so, inflating Mark into like a ball, forcing him to let go of Krabby so he doesn't drown his own body. And then King slams his big claw to the ground using Mud Shot and super affecting the Mud Pokemon, which leads Koga to not be fall for this again, which he commands Mark to do another slam attack. However, since King avoids it, he releases another Crab Hammer, but this is a trap for them since Koga took an opportunity. Since they are much more closer, Mark can do a very powerful poison jab, striking through Kingless's armor through. Thankfully, if Kingler wasn't a bigger crab, he would have been knocked out, but he's still standing, which Ash has to do something fierce, and he has an idea by using Mudshot and Crab Hammer the same way to make a powerful sludge wave, which is super effective since it's technically a ground type move, knocking Mark, and which leads as a victory. Koga sends out his third Pokemon, Gold Battle Better, and since Krabby took a lot of damage, but still wants to battle, so Ash commands Krabby to do another Vice Grip again. However, Golbat is way too fast and able to move around in the air and get close to do a surprising Giga Drain, draining Kingler's remaining health, knocking him out, which leads at surprise and returning his crab to his Pokédex and he sends out Ghastly, his very first official battle that isn't with his other Pokemon. He wants to use Ghastly's floating ability to his advantage. Unfortunately, Golbat is way more experienced on air-to-air combat, and it shows that Golbat quickly uses air slashes, slashing through Ghastly with wind power. Ghastly tried to retaliate by using Night Slash to do some damage. However, Golbat is way too fast and able to use a Dark type move, Bite Attack, which is a super effective on the leather ghost Pokemon, which leads Ash in a sticky situation. Golbat is way too fast for Ghastly to keep up. However, Ghastly is a trickster and will use Ghastly's Prankster's move to his advantage by using the move Hypnosis to attempt Golbat to fall asleep. However, Ghastly did it such a way to get him out of guard that he managed to get Golbat back to sleep, which means that Ghastly gets to do whatever he wants to on Golbat, which means Ghastly will unleash multitude of attacks like multitude of Nightshade, and once Golbat had enough, it quickly was knocked out, and Koga was forced to send Golbat to its Pokeball, which leads Ash with 3 Pokemon and Koga with 1. This would be easy for Ash, right? Unfortunately, Koga sends out his 4th Pokemon, Weezing, and this is much more of a tanky Pokemon, which Ash isn't unaware of, which forces Ash to command Ghastly to do another Hypnosis. However, Koga won for the same trick choice, which commands Weezing to do a very powerful gyro ball from the poison Pokemon, slamming its whole body to the little ghost type, slamming through the wall, knocking Ghastly out, which Ash is sent to force back in and sent out a Magma Knife for a type advantage, and hoping use Magma Knight Steel type to be immune by Weezing's poison typing. However, once Ash commands Magma Knight to use Thunder Shock to do some damage, it does so since Weezing isn't much of a speedy and more of a tank, so which Ash gets to land multiple thunder shots. However, the one time Magma gets a bit too close for comfort. Wheezing unleashes a powerful flamethrower close quarter and doing crazy damage on Magma Knight. However, this isn't enough for Magma to knock out. However, this does lead Ash to be way too worried and quickly returning Magma to his Pokeball. And this forced Ash to send back in Growlithe. Growlithe did some resting, but the poison is still a hold on Growlithe. So Ash has to be wary of Weezing's fire typing move. So Ash has to command Growlithe to do flame whip to slamming into Weezing. Unfortunately for the little dog, Weezing is much more bigger and much more heavier, which commands Weezing to counter flame it with gyro ball, crashing the big orb the doggo through the wall. However, this isn't enough, so Growlithe is still standing, but Ash knows the poison will take him out if he doesn't do so. Growlithe tried to use a bite attack, which does manage, and not only that, it made Weezing flinch, which gets Growlithe the opportunity for another flame whip. Unfortunately, that's all Growlithe could do before the poison takes over, knocking him out and forcing Ash to return Growlithe back. And Ash is in a sticky situation, knowing that Weezing can use a fire type move which is super effective against his Magma, but he has no other choice but to send him back and just hope it's strong enough to hang on in there. So Kogan starts out the battle with another flamethrower without hesitation, which does leave for Magma to be able to charge it, but barely, which made Ash a bit worried. However, he's not going to give up, so Ash commands Magma to do a thunder wave, paralyzing the all Pokemon in place, slowing him much more early, which means that Magma has more opportunity to just a few strikes with Thunder Shocks after Thunder Shock. However, once Magma gets a bit too tired and Weezing managed to break through the paralyze, is able to do a powerful point-blank flamethrower. Ash worries about as his Magma cries out in pain. However, since Magma does hear Ash's cry, it is able to handle the fire head on and able to evolve in front of Ash's eyes, which Magma evolves into. In a evolution, stands in front of Ash as Magma evolves into Magmaton, his first evolution, as Ash finds out that it's a Magmaton from his pocket, which is exciting. However, Magmaton is still in a sticky situation against Weezing. However, because he evolved, Magmaton is able to learn a few more moves to Ash, which leaves Ash a bit excited. As Kroger tries to use a flamethrower, Ash quickly calls for a tri-attack as Ice, Fire, and Thunder in a combination of all the three Magma point counters the flamethrower, even overpowering the fire towards the Weezing. And Weezing couldn't move next because it's still paired, and Koga tries to command another attack. However, for him, Magmaton is able to do a powerful flash cannon right into Weezing's face, knocking him out, which Ash earns his 5th gym match and earning a new Pokemon to his team Magmaton. The episode plays exactly how it is, Ash wanting a rematch with Sabrina, after having much more confidence on his team, which leads him to return Cerulean City wanting a rematch with Sabrina. And unlike in the anime, Ash has Gassy around, which is much more serious in battle and not wanting to go around a lot, which leads Ash challenging Sabrina, but this time is a 4-on-4 battle, which Ash doesn't have no problems. It just means it's going to be much more harder to get to her ace Pokemon. The battle starts out as Sabrina sends out Executor built to battle, and this is where wants to try out his new Pokemon by sending out Magmaton to battle. Executor wants to try to use Egg Bomb, but luckily for Ash, Magma Knight quickly dodges and able to use a powerful flash cannon right into Executor's face. As Executor tries to catch him with confusion, which does hit Magmaton. However, Ash commands Magmaton to spread thunder wave throughout the battle, which lead Executor to be paralyzed in a moment. However, Sabrina wants to command Mega Drain or Confusion, but Executor being paralyzed is unable to do so, which leads Ash to have a free hit order, which isn't any attack, however, which Ash commands Light Scream, which Magmaton creates a reflective mirror in its place, and then Ash quickly returns Magma and sending out Growlithe to battle, which stuns Sabrina a little bit because this actually is a good strategy she has experienced for herself, which means Ash is not playing around, which shows that Growlithe is using Flame Wheel to get in closer, and Sabrina wants to command Executor to use a Confusion. However, it does so, breaking through the paralyze and unleashing a powerful psychic to the little doggo. However, thanks to Light Scream being played, Growlithe would take less more effective damage, allowing Growlithe to be able to go in with a powerful flame wheel, striking Executor and knocking out in the battle, which Ash took the victory for this one. As Sabrina returns Executor, being surprised how Ash grew so much over the short period of time he met, which means Sabrina won't take her much easy, which shows as she sends out Hypno to battle. Ash quickly takes control of the battle as he commands Growlithe to do a bite attack, which does hit Hypno and play super damage onto Hypno, which is odd for Ash since Hypno didn't even try to dodge it, which is surprised by him. However, Sabrina has a plan which commands Hypno to use Disable, allowing Sabrina to stop Growlithe's super effective move on Hypno, which means Ash can't rely on it on damaging on Hypno, which leads Ash to force to just to use Tackle and Flame with this to do any sort of damage. However, for Ash, Hypno just uses his second powers like Side Beam to do major damage on the little doggo. Ash tries to use Flamethrower to get around this. However, Hypno's psychic mind is able to predict the little dog's movement, allowing him to attack multiple side beams. And once Growlithe is in major damage, this forces Ash to send back Growlithe and send another Pokemon to try. So he sends out Krabby to battle. I'm sorry, Kingler. Ash takes no chance of this and commanding Kingler to do a powerful crab hammer as he slams his huge claw slam to the ground, unlaunching a powerful water type move directly unable doing major damage on Hypno. However, this plays exactly the same as he uses Disable, unable for Kingler to do the move again, which actually does prepare for this as command for a hammer arm slamming slamming Hypno with King's huge claw. Even though it's not super effective for Hypno being a psychic, but damage is the damage which leaves Hypno unable to focus on using his psychic powers, which leads King for another hit as Hypno tries to use a weird move called Future Sight, which doesn't do much, which leaves Ash confused. However, he wouldn't waste the opportunity for Kingler to do a vice grip, crunching his big claw to Hypno's body, slowly knocking him out with a powerful move, which forces Sabrina to return Hypno to a Pokeball and sending out Slowbro to battle. Ash is a bit confused. He never sees a Pokemon like this. He takes out his Pokedex to find any information and finds out it's a psychic and water type, which means Ash can't rely on Crab Hammer because Slowbro will probably resist that damage, and this forced Ash to quickly think of something. However, he's too slow as Sabrina took the opportunity for Slow to unleash a powerful skull onto the big crab, literally boring it, which is it's a nightmare for Kingler. Even though it doesn't do much against the water Pokemon, which unfortunately for Kingler, the move made it where it's burning, which forces Ash to return Kingler back to his Pokeball. And thinking he can't send out Growler against a water type, he could send out Magneton, but it's a bit too risky because he's unsure about this Pokemon. So he sends out his Ghost type sending out Ghastly to battle. Slowbro tries to use Confusion, trying to use his psychic powers on the little Ghost type. Luckily, Ash has trained Ghastly much well and finds out a few benefits on being a Ghost type, enabling him to hide in the literal shadows of Pokemon, allowing Ghastly to literally avoid the attack completely, which leads Ghastly to attack Slow by a powerful Night Sage, doing crazy damage upon Slowbro. As Slowbro tries to retaliate with another skull, Ghastly is able to weave and unleash another Night Sage onto Slowbro, knocking him out with the Ghost type move, which Ash is pretty excited about, but unfortunately the Future Strike finally clicks the talk as Future Strike attacks Ghastly, landing super effective damage on the Ghost Pokemon. Ash demands what just happened, thinking Sabrina might have cheated, but Sabrina quickly sets its Future Sight in play. It attacks in the future, which it just did, forcing Ash to recall Ghastly back because it just took crazy damage from that super powerful attack, which means Sabrina will sound out her ace. But this time, it's not a Kadabra, it's an Alakazam, which Ash Leech as completely shocked, thinking that Sabrina would send it, but it's clear that the ace about the time that he went out, which is forced in a sticky situation. Luckily, he has a few more minutes before Light Scream wears off, so Ash quickly sends out Magneton to battle. Unfortunately for Ash, Sabrina and Alakazam are completely in sync, which shows how powerful these two are together, as Alakazam unleash a powerful psychic attack to the level 3 Magma Knight, attacking their minds and pushing them into the ground. However, Magma Knight doesn't give up and still floats into the air, ready for is China's next command, which as commands Magmaton do a try attack as the three magma shot out three different elements at once. Unluckily for them, Alakazam easily teleported away, and then unleashing another shadow ball into Magmaton into the ground, which forced Ash to quickly do another move using discharge. Ash thinks it doesn't matter if Alakazam could teleport. Discharge hits everything no matter which Ash was correct since it does hit Alakazam. However, it didn't do much because Alakazam easily took the damage and unleashes another powerful psychic, crushing Magmaton to the wall, knocking him out with three sparring eyes, forcing Ash to return his Magmaton back. Ash sends out Growlithe to battle. Unfortunately, Growlithe has been battling for much more than the rest of his Pokemon, which means that Growlithe has to do heavy work. As Alakazam, without hesitation, sends out a powerful Shadow Ball towards Growlithe. Luckily for Ash, Growlithe is able to weave around into a powerful Flame Wheel and then switch around into a powerful bite attack, crunching down Alakazam, which actually is doing much more damage than Magmaton's move. However, Growlithe is still a doggo and is unable to use his weight since Alakazam is much more stronger and much more bigger, and he just simply teleports out of his grab and shuts down a powerful psychic on the sky, launching a powerful psychic to Growlithe, knocking him out, which leaves Ash devastated that he has one more Pokemon which is nearly knocked out. So he breathes aside and sends out Ghastly to battle. Ash knows he could not overpower Alakazam, so Ash has to play around Ghastly's biggest strength, being a trickster, which Ash does great play as Ghastly hides Alakazam's shadow, which means Alakazam can't attack Ghastly and simply has to wait an opportunity. Luckily, it notices and unleashes a powerful psychic. However, this is a trap for Ash, allowing him to use Payback, which it's a move will do double damage if the opponent moves faster than it, which means Ghastly is able to do crazy amount of damage. However, Alakazam simply unleashes a powerful psychic towards Ghastly, knocking him on the air, which causes Ghastly to gas heavily for air. This would have ended Ghastly, but unexpectedly it just laughs, and this causes Ash to even laugh. And surprisingly, Sabrina even chuckles a bit, which caught her surprise. However, Ghastly simply laughed, thinking this is the most funnest thing he ever had in many years, which gives him, actually, his laughter kind of forced him to evolve and turning into his next evolution Hunter to battle, which is shot by Ash, but they're still in a battle, and Sabrina quickly stops laughing for a moment and continues on that battle as Alakazam tries to use a powerful psychic, but Hunter is much more stronger and able to unleash his own Shadow Ball after learning the move from after evolving, unleashing a powerful Shadow Ball towards Alakazam, crushing the psychic type completely. However, Alakazam still standing as the two reaches a powerful psychic and Shadow Ball. However, even though Hunter evolved, this isn't good enough for Ash to take a win, so Ash has to do a dangerous move called Curse, which cuts down Hunter's health down and allowing them to slowly drain down Alakazam's health, so they don't need to outright beat it, they just need to wait it out. But Sabrina is aware of this after many experience on ghost type, you could say. So Alakazam quickly teleport in the battle which leads Hunter confused and gets surprised by Alakazam's psych confusion attack, and then Hunter retaliates with a powerful payback, slamming his two fists into Alakazam. With a combination of payback and curse slowing down Alakazam's health. However, Hunter is still doing major damage as these two fall down together in a complete smoke, unseen who's defeated. And this is where we're gonna. Once the smoke clears out, it's clearly which one of the Pokemon stands out first. Alakazam. It fell to the ground first, which means it's knocked out and Hunter is still floating in victorious as Hunter just laughs in laughter, and Ash is pretty excited about this. And Erica is not once showing her cold face towards Ash. It's actually a bit of happy that this was probably the most fun battle she had in quite some time, which means that Ash doesn't need to give Hunter towards Sabrina, which means Ash gets to keep Hunter much more. Whereas we take our next episode towards Ash finds out his next destination is a far off island to get through so he can get his 7 gym badge, which is not a problem. He gets to travel through the ocean and to train a few days with his Pokemon, but quickly finds a 9 test, thinking it looks pretty cool. And the trainer asks Ash if they could have a battle. Ash accepts this, which means Ash will send out his fire Pokemon to try out which one is the most strong of the two Growlers. But it's quickly found out these two are far apart from battle experience, because Ninetale is much more experienced. Even though Growl is much more stronger, but Ninetale is much more experienced, which leads Growl to defeat, which is disappointing of himself because he made so much progress. He thought he was getting stronger, but Ash calms down his little doggo and promises they will train much more together. Luckily for the young Ninetales trainer, he offers him a Firestone to help Growler to evolve so he can get stronger. Growler is excited, even almost nearly grabbing it. However, Ash quickly grabs it away from Growler and he thanks the trainer for the Firestone. However, Ash will only give Growler the stone if it's, well, mature enough, which Growler is not yet, but he's willing to do the work. So the next few days or so, Growler and Ash are dedicating themselves to do some training, learning a few moves. But luckily, this is good enough for Ash to give Growler the Firestone, which in a evolution standpoint, allowing Growler to able to evolve into his various evolving into the more powerful Arcanine. We head to the next episode called The Flaming Pokemon. This is where Ash in the anime rides a Ponyta in the anime, but we can change something a little bit. Since Ash has Arcanine, a Pokemon he can legitimately ride on, this is where we replace Ponyta and change it into Arcanine here. This won't change much, but it will make Ash and Arcanine spawn much more closer. And we're gonna go to the next episode called. The next episode is the attacking of the fossil Pokemon. This is where Ash encounters a lot of trainers mining to grab some fossils. This leads Ash to wanting to get a fossil. However, there are groups of children which are greedy, wanting to get much more. This leads them to want to unleash an explosion. Ash and his Pokemon attempt to stop this, but unfortunately, it played out similar in the anime. Just get rid of Team Rocket being there and Ash being stuck on top. And this is where Ash encounters a bunch of wild fossil Pokemon like Armor Stars and Cupidus, even a wild Aerodactyl. This played similarly, just replace Ivysaur in this one, where Aerodactyl attacks Ash and attempts to fly away, wanting to eat Ash. Luckily for Ash, he has Ivysaur. After seeing his trainer getting attacked by a wild Pokemon, this forces Ivysaur to get angry at the huge flying fossil, making fun of it. Even though it made fun of it, this isn't important for Ivysaur because the fact that his trainer is in danger sets off an evolution, allowing Ivysaur to evolve into the much powerful Venusaur and unleashing a powerful solar beam, hitting Aerodactyl in the chest, defeating him. Ash has an opportunity to catch a fossil Pokemon, which he does so, earning him a powerful Pokemon on his team. After catching a very powerful fossil Pokemon, however, his party members are full, so he chose Magmite to switch out since it knows that Magmite is pretty strong at this point. And it knows that Magmite doesn't need extra training at this point, which means that Ash should exchange Magmaton for Aerodactyl for the time being. However, Ash quickly realized he can't control it because Aerodactyl was in the ancient realm, not knowing how to handle around humans in Pokemon in general, since it was focusing on survival, which means Ash has to introduce Aerodactyl to the human world. However, this doesn't lead Aerodactyl to listen Ash, which means Aerodactyl takes the place of Charizard in this point of the anime. But it's not impossible because Aerodactyl doesn't have any grudges against Ash, unlike Charizard, which means Aerodactyl is more willing to listen. But there's a measuring stick where he's willing to listen to Ash, and there's over time he won't, which means it's kind of like a 50-50 chances Arcanine might listen. So Ash has to quickly handle this fossil Pokemon for the time being. The next episode plays Riddle Me This. This is where Ash has made it to the volcano island, and it does take him much more than the original since Misty isn't helping Ash solving riddles and Ash is pretty dumb. So it took him quite a while, but he managed to get to Blaine. So Blaine versus Ash, it's going to be a 4-on-4. Blaine sends out Rapidash for this one, while Ash sends out Kanto for this one because it knows that seeing how fast Rapidash can be, so it makes sense for Ash to send out his fastest Pokemon that he had on him, which except for Aerodactyl, but he won't use him yet anyways. So it starts with Hunter unleashing a powerful Shadow Ball, but Rapidash easily able to avoid weave through the Shadow Ball and attacking Hunter with a powerful Flame Charge. which leads Rapidash to increase its speed in the battle, which is troubles for Ash because if a Rapidash keeps doing that move over and over again, eventually it will outpace the ghost type and unable to land a hit, which means Ash has no other choice but to use a high risk, high move curse attack, which does manage to hit but causing Hunter to cut down his health drastically. But luckily, Rapidash won't keep dodging forever because eventually his health will wear down, knocking him off. And Blaine is in a sticky situation because knowing Rapidash, most of his moves are normal attack and is unable to hit the ghost type, which means he has to heavily rely on flame charge just to get fast and do some damage on Hunter in the meantime, which is unfortunate for Blaine because Hunter quickly use shadow punch, hiding in a shadow and striking Rapidash in the shadows. But Blaine quickly retaliated with another flame charge, which the Rapidash managed to took the hit and still tackle the Hunter into the ground. However, even though it's fast, it doesn't have a lot of health with the Rapidash species, which means that it is knocked out by Hunter's curse, which forced Blaine to return his defeated Rapidash. Blaine sends out his Ninetale to battle. However, Hunter is very tight, and Ash is unsure that Hunter can keep going, but the little ghost type still wants to battle. So Ash accepts his request, and Hunter still battle, unleashing another powerful shadow ball towards the Ninetale. Blaine doesn't try to dodge this time. He sets up Sunny there, getting the gem very soon, nearly blinding Ash and Hunter. However, Blaine then orders Ninetale to do a powerful flamethrower directly at Hunter, and since flamethrower is boosted by Sunny Day, is able to knock out the ghost type, knocking on Hunter and forcing Ash to return and sending out his next Pokemon. Ash doesn't think too hard because obviously he's going to send out his water Pokemon Kingler to battle, and immediately he starts out with a powerful Crab Hammer. However, it does hit Ninetales, but unexpectedly it does less damage, which confuses Ash a bit. But Blaine points out it's because of Sunny Day. It makes fire type moves much more strong and weakens water type move, which Ash is stumped by this, but quickly gains his proposal by using another super effective move, Mud Shot, by Kingler slamming its big claw into the ground and shot out a mud river towards Ninetale, doing damage and slowing Ninetales down. However, Blaine is not too worried, a bit especially, but Ash doesn't notice as Ash orders King to continue attack by using Hammer Arm, but unfortunately for Ash, Ninetale unfolds all of her tears and unleashing a powerful solar beam towards King, nearly knocking him out, doing heavy damage on the crab Pokemon, which Ash is surprised by the move because he knows solar beam takes a while to charge up. And how did Ninetale fire it so soon? Then looks up to the side and figures out it has to do with Sunny Day. So he quickly recalls King, trying to avoid it from taking any more damage. So he sends out his best other option. He sends out Arcanine to battle. As Arcanine roars ready for battle, Ash knows that Arcanine can handle the fire and solar beam because it will resist that attack, which means that Ash has to rely on Arcanine to finish off Ninetale before it could do any damage towards the rest of his team. Tess unleashes a powerful flamethrower while Ash counters with Arcanine's flamethrower. As these two unleash devastating fire type blasts towards one another, but they quickly cancel one another. But Arcanine is much more faster than the Ninetales, which means Arcanine is able to use extreme speed, doing a lot of damage by weaving through Ninetales' other fire attacks. Ninetales tries to use another flamethrower, but Arcanine quickly snag on by using a powerful crunch attack, weaving down Ninetales and allowing Arcanine to take a win as Ninetales falls out unconscious, forcing Blaine to retrieve it and sending his next Pokemon, which is surprising because he sent out his own Arcanine for battle, which is an interesting mirror match, as these two big doggos just roar at each other, waiting for their chance to command the first move. Ash does it first by using extreme speed, and Blaine does the same thing too, as these doggo tries to outspeed one another, but it's clear as this Blaine's Arcanine is much more experienced and stronger than Ash's Arcanine. Luckily, Ash isn't deterred by this. Ash tries to command Arcanine to do another extreme speed. However, Blaine's Arcanine is already hit Arcanine with his extreme speed, forcing Ash to return Arcanine to his Pokeball. And Ash is in a sticky situation. He's not sure that Primeape could handle this Arcanine speed, especially with those flamethrowers and fire blast. And Sunny Day is still active at this point, which means he has one more option that isn't Venusaur. Even though he wishes he could use it, but he knows it's a bad idea to bring a grass to a fire gym, which leads to one option, Aerodactyl. Knowing that this won't probably end well for him, but he does it anyway as he sends out Aerodactyl to battle. Unfortunately, this causes a similar to Charizard being uninterested on Blaine's Arcanine. This feels very similar in the anime where Charizard just goes somewhere just to go to sleep. This causes embarrassment for Ash, which Blaine forces Ash to say it's technically a knockout because Aerodactyl doesn't want to battle, which Ash is stumped by this, which means there's technically one more option, which is Kingler, which took heavy damage but has no other options but to send it out for battle. Kingler looks very tired after getting hit by a powerful solar beam, but it's still hanging in there. But just one or two more hits and he's probably knocked out, which leads Ash to focus on a quick KO from his spot. Even though he can't use Crabber since it's Sunny Day active. Luckily, Kingler has his armor to protect from Blaine's extreme speed as the big dog tries to uses all of his weight to crush the crab into the ground. But Kingler is now pushed over and is able to use his big claw like a shield, blocking Arcanine to get closer, and uses his smaller arms to do vice grip attack, but it doesn't do much since he's not using his more dominant claw, which Ash did notice something. Sunday is almost wearing off, which means Ash needs to let Krabby Kingler hang in just for a little bit, but Arcanine then tries for a crunching down Kingler's massive claw. However, it's enough for Kingler to unleash a powerful crab hammer, knocking Blaine's Arcanine in one fell swoop, knocking it out, which forces Blaine to return it. However, Kingler looks extremely tired. He can't battle anymore, which means Ash just has to hope that can just do one more attack. Blaine sends out Blaine sent out Magma to battle. This does get Aerodactyl to notice the fire Pokemon, but he doesn't do anything yet, which leads Kingler to bailing India. However, Magma is much more faster and much more healthy. Then it unleashed a powerful lava plume directly at Kingler. Even his armor couldn't protect him against this powerful move, even though he resists that attack, which knocks Kingler out, which forces Ash to have one more Pokemon left. However, Aerodactyl jumps in the battle, which gets Ash and Blaine a bit shocked by this, but Blaine has to recall that ruling where Aerodactyl is able to battle, which means Ash still has 2 more Pokemon. But Blaine warns him this is the last time he's gonna give him this. So, which means Blaine won't hold back on this one. Ash tries to command Aerodactyl to do an ancient power, but the fossil Pokemon doesn't listen to Ash. He does do whatever he wants. So he does a sky attack on the Magma Pokemon. To Arcanine surprise, Magma simply grab him in mid-fight and shot a powerful fire punch towards Arcanine's face. Aerodactyl is angered by this. Then he quickly charges with a Giga Impact towards Magma. Then Blaine simply unleashed another lava plume block, slowing down Aerodactyl's powerful momentum. Even though it does major damage, but not as much towards Magma, because he did slow down Aerodactyl's momentum. However, Aerodactyl is angry at this point and unleashed a powerful wing attack, slamming its huge wing towards Magma, doing good damage. However, Magma quickly shuts down a smog which poisoned the ancient Pokemon and doing a clicking tuck as Arcanine is slowly poisoned, which means Ash has to do something to at least convince Arcanine just to do one thing that could help on this. But Blaine won't give him this opportunity as he calls Magma to do another lava flume. But luckily, in a chance, Aerodactyl actually listens to Ash for the first time, which means Ash commands Aerodactyl to do a rock slide, which Aerodactyl slams his wings and causes an avalanche inside of the gym building. As Magma tries to unleash another powerful fire attack, all of a sudden he's been crushed down by a huge boulder, and Ash tries to command another attack, and Aerodactyl does listen as he does another Giga Impact, and this time the Magma cannot react in time, and it gets hit by a powerful Giga Impact, which leads Ash to a victory against with 2 remaining Pokemon, which means Ash earns his fire badge. But for the first time in many of his Pokemon career, this one doesn't feel right, mainly because Aerodactyl doesn't listen to him, and just felt like he just got lucky that one time Aerodactyl did listen to him. Even Blaine points this out, but luckily he noticed Ash is a talented trainer and shouldn't rely on Aerodactyl's waiting once in a while wanting to listen. So Ash takes this in heart and wants to help Aerodactyl to at least listen to him when it mattered the most. And this is where our journey begins. Go to the next journey as we enter battle aboard the SS Sand. This leads to Ash going back to the main nest after earning his 7th badge week. He goes to the SS Sand for an experience, but this falls similarly in the anime. But Ash doesn't have Butterfree, but he chose to battle Raticate with his Hunter. It goes pretty similarly as the old guy surrenders, knowing that Hunter is much more powerful than his Raticate. The old man suggests Ash for a trade, and Ash doesn't know how to handle the situation. So unknowingly and being an idiot, he accepted this. Then it follows similar in the anime where Team Rocket attack, and this is where, as noticed, Team Rocket isn't a bunch of bad people that are criminals. This has led Ash to hate Team Rocket after they try to steal his and everyone else's Pokemon on the ship. And possibly where Ash fights off and the ship is sinking, wanting to get out. But like in the anime, Ash quickly changes his mind and goes back to the old guy, wanting to get Hunter back after felt like he betrayed Hunter's trust after just trading him without without his consent. He felt this is where all the way at the very first part 1, after the samurai told Ash how bad of a trainer it is, and this is getting back to him. He noticed he's being a bad trainer again, and he wants to get Hunter back. It falls similarly in the anime where Ash managed to get back Hunter back. However, this extra time needs Ash getting stuck in the ship. Luckily, he has Kingler. He's sent out to help him get out of the water, but Kingler is better suited for a landing, not for actual water, because it's not suitable. Kingler is struggling to get Ash out of there. Luckily, one of his Pokemon popped out, and it showed not Hunter but Gengar in this place. With Gengar and Kingler helping Ash getting out of the ship, Ash managed to getting on a beach. After knowing Gengar helped him, Ash quickly apologizes Gengar immediately, feeling how bad he treated Gengar by trading him away. But Gengar accepts for this as he just simply took Ash his and playing with it, which leads Ash smiling at this, which means this is where Ash gets to avoid getting almost sunk, and we can avoid the giant Pokemon episode, which means Ash hints off to his final badge. This is where Ash meets his final destination before he goes to the Indigo League. This is where Ash gets to the first city he ever been, but he couldn't challenge it because the gym leader is weirdly close. This is where we go to the episode, the Battle of the Badge. This is what Giovanni appears in the anime, but we miss an opportunity here for Giovanni against Ash. Luckily, we can change it here because I like it like that. So it begins pretty normally as Ash meets Gary out for the first time. He has been seeing him since the beginning of his journey, and this is where Ash finds out a very powerful Pokemon known as Mewtwo. He easily managed to knock out every Gary's Pokemon out, which leaves Ash very scared, but at the same time excited. So he goes to the gym and meets the final boss per se in his journeys. This is where Giovanni meets Ash, and this is where Ash is the first time aware that Giovanni is the boss and the leader of Team Rocket. This is where pretty much gets angry at him and shocked at how did he become a leader. But Giovanni scoffs at this, changing the subject that does the boy still want his badge or not. Ash accept this, but it's gonna be hard to accept getting a badge from a very criminal. But regardless, this is his final badge to need to enter in the Indigo League. The battle starts pretty simply as Ash sends out Venusaur to battle. This is where Ash finds out the powerful Mewtwo, and this is very one-sided. This is where Ash experienced how Gary felt, as Mewtwo easily one-shot Pokemon. And even though Ash is very experienced and with powerful Pokemon by himself, he's outmatched by the powers of a legendary Pokemon status, which means Ash lost and he needs to get a rematch. Luckily, when Ash came to the Pokemon Center, this is where Ash gets his final training in. This is where he needs to perfect some of Ash's Pokemon, a bit more training. And then after some few days, and especially Aerodactyl, this is where Aerodactyl gets to not be angry at Ash, but actually listening him, which means that Aerodactyl, for the moment, will listen to Ash for a certain point until he gets mad. This comes to the Indigo League where Ash challenges Giovanni for the rematch. Ash expecting Giovanni to bring out Mewtwo, but finds out that he sends out. This is going to be a 6-on-6 battle, which is the first time for the Ash boy, but he accepts this. So, expecting Giovanni to send out Mewtwo, but surprisingly, Giovanni sends out Dugtrio, and Ash is shocked by this, but he doesn't question this because he doesn't want to waste his perfect opportunity. So he sends out Aerodactyl. Since Dugtrio can't exactly hit Aerodactyl in the air, which leads Aerodactyl finishing off Dugtrio with a Sky Drop attack, landing a powerful hit, knocking Dugtrio out, but without any damage from the three-headed Pokemon side. Giovanni returns his Pokemon and sends out Nidoqueen to battle. This is much more a this is not a one-sided battle like the last time. This is where Nidoqueen unleashes a powerful ice beam, nearly freezing off Aerodactyl's wing, but doesn't give up as it unlocked himself with a powerful Giga Impact. Then Nidoqueen just grabs his head, trying to submit him to the ground, but luckily Aerodactyl had Ashes by himself, and Ash commands Aerodactyl to summon Ancient Power. As Aerodactyl does so, unleashing devastating Ancient Power towards Nidoqueen, even though it's unaffected by the Queen Pokemon. But unfortunately for Ash, this is where Aerodactyl gets a bit mad, and Ash attempts to command and move, but unfortunately at this point Aerodactyl is too mad and tries to do his own thing, which leads Aerodactyl to get much more damage from Nidoqueen's Sludge Bomb, which forces Ash to return Aerodactyl for the moment. So Ash has to send out Klinger for battle, and this is where these two powerful Pokemon as Nidoqueen unleashes a powerful Ice Beam and Kingler unleashes a powerful Crab Hammer as these two collide one another, cancelling each other's out. Luckily for Giovanni, Nidoqueen is much more faster than the big crab. As Nidoqueen charges forward for a superpower, which leads King do a huge damage, but without getting damage in return, as Kingler does a powerful crab hammer as these two fighting type move clash one another, exchanging powerful blows. But Kingler is much more healthier and more ready for battle, as Nidoqueen is much more tiresome, which leads Ash to power up Kingler with sword steps, as the crab powers up for a final attack, which leads Giovanni to call out Earth Power, unleashing a powerful ground explosion under Kingler's feet. However, Kingler unsurprisingly uses his big claw to spring him up to a surprising Giovanni, and this is where Ash takes the opportunity for Kingler to do a powerful crab hammer, knocking the huge Pokemon off his feet, leaving Nidoqueen unconscious, and forces Giovanni to return his Pokemon. Ash could return Kingler back, but he doesn't want to give up the attack boosting move, and besides, Kingler didn't took that much damage, but still took damage. Giovanni sent out Sand Slash to battle, and Sand Slash unleashes a powerful sandstorm, covering the battle with a sandstorm, which leads King struggling to find a Pokemon. But Sand Slash is very comfortable in his condition, as he digs through underground as he strikes Kingler with his powerful slash at the end, using D to get under Kingler. But Kingler didn't get damaged without doing a move by his butt, as he uses Hammer Arm to block the Sand Slash attack. And this is where Sand Slash goes for another dig, and Ash commands Kingler to wait for any movement. Unfortunately, Ash finds that he can't wait around, as Sandstorm is dealing small damage to Kingler, which means Ash can't wait anymore until Kingler needs to do something. If he doesn't do anything, if Sandra doesn't finish off the Sandstorm well, as something erupts Kingler's underneath and quickly retaliates with another crab hammer, but it's barely hit by Sand Slash. It does hit, but just grazing off, as Sand Slash does a devastating drill run, as Sand Slash knocks Kingler out for the meantime, which forces Ash to return Kingler back. Ash is unsure how to deal with this, but he knows that there's one Pokemon that could handle it, and he sends out Gengar for battle. Sandstorm did took damage, which means Gengar needs to overwhelm him before he could move. Luckily for Ash, Gengar has his own way of and unleashing a powerful shadow ball towards Sand Slash. As then Gengar was fast enough to do a powerful shadow sneak, going behind him, attacking him behind quickly. Giovanni has no other choice but to use Gyro Ball, as Sasha goes into a ball-like state and rotating himself to do a powerful spinning attack, like a huge hit on Gengar. But luckily for the Ghost type Pokemon, he managed to by the ball and a powerful sludge bomb after learning it from Venusaur, which even though it's not effective against the ground type, but it already took damage from Kingler, which managed to knock it out, which leads Ash with a knockdown with Gengar. As Giovanni is angry at this and he sends out Purge into battle, which means Ash knows that Gengar's Shadow Ball won't do any effective against the large cat, which means Ash has to rely on Gengar's other move. But it doesn't matter because Persian quickly charges in as he uses Power Gem, unleashing his gem in his forehead to unleash a powerful rock blast towards Gengar. Ash quickly attempts to return it. However, this is only a trap for Ash, as Persian quickly uses Pursuit, and it's a super effective and does more damage if a Pokemon tries to return back to its Pokemon, which means as soon as Ash tries to return Gengar, it's quickly knocked out in the battle, which leaves Gengar unconscious. This leaves Ash pretty surprised and just annoyingly returns Gengar and quickly sends out Primate to battle. Primate wants to immediately do close combat attack, but is quickly flinched by Persian's fake out attack, and then quickly uses U-turn, quickly attacking Primate using all of his body weight, then quickly returns back to Giovanni's Pokeball, and this gives a pivot for Giovanni to send into Nidoking to battle. After getting hit and not getting a chance to land a hit against the large cat, this leads Primate pretty angry. Much more angry fact that it just quickly charged in with a powerful break, as Nidoking quickly counters Primate's fist as these two collide one another as they hold their fists together, trying to overpower one another. But luckily, Primate is much more faster than the larger Pokemon, which means Primate gets to sweep and knock down Nidoking, then quickly use Acrobatic to quickly move around Nidoking's large bomb attack and nearly using his feet and arms to hit Kingler in the head, which leads Kingler pretty mad and unleashes a powerful Thunderbolt, striking Primate. However, Primate isn't a pushover and still standing and taking the Thunderbolts pretty well. And then, unfortunately for Giovanni, this damage towards Primate just power ups his next move as Ash calls out a Thrash, as Primate's eyes turns red and a primal roar as Primate just charges and hitting Nidoking with an elbow, knee, fist, and doing a massive headbutt. This leaves Ash very uncomfortable, knowing that Thrash is very powerful move but makes the Pokemon very aggressive. But he can't argue with the results as Primate knocks down Nidoking. Unfortunately for Primate, it's poison because he activates Nidoking's poison touch ability, which means Primate is in a ticking clock, which forces Ash to return Primate back to his Pokeball and to not deal with the aftermath with confusion from Thrash. Giovanni returns back Persian to battle as Ash sends out Arcanine to battle. This is a cat and dog stand out as these two just grunted at each other, immediately not liking one another. As these two command, Giovanni quickly commands Pursuit as Ash commands Arcanine to extreme speed. These two quickly charge one another. As soon as these to attack one another, they immediately go back for another attack as another pursuit and another extreme speed. But luckily for the big doggo, he has a advantage because he's much more bigger than the feline for this one. And also, as soon as Porsche tries to get away from Arcanine, he quickly uses Flamethrower to disarm himself with Persian. Persian tries then to use Fake Out, which does so, flinching Arcanine, which leads Persian to quickly use a powerful power gem towards superfecting against Arcanine, as Arcanine took a big damage but still standing, as then Arcanine charged in with a powerful crunch as he crunched down the cat as Persian crawls out as it struggles in Arcanine's fangs. Ash has an idea and commands Arcanine to use Flamethrower, as Arcanine then unleashes a powerful Flamethrower, pretty much getting the cat burned alive, which managed to knock down the feline, which forces Giovanni to return back his Pokemon. And Ash is scared now in this situation because he knows Giovanni's last Pokemon, which is Mewtwo. And the question is, why hasn't Giovanni sent him Mewtwo? Was he just toying with him, or was he just trying to tire out his team? But it doesn't make sense. The last time Mewtwo decimated Ash's entire team. But regardless, whatever it is, Ash can handle it. And Giovanni sends out a Rhydon, which confuses Ash, but secretly is glad that he didn't send out his legendary Pokemon. But regardless, he needs to win. But unfortunately, Rhydon is much more powerful and quickly uses Earthquake, superfecting against Arcanine, standing no chance as Arcanine is knocked out, which leads returning Arcanine back. Then quickly has to send out Aerodactyl to battle. At this point, Aerodactyl is much more calm and resumes the battle as Aerodactyl quickly charges in with a Sky Drop attack. However, this isn't effective against Rhydon as he simply took the damage and quickly charged in as Rhydon unleashes Horn Drill. Even though it's not affecting Aerodactyl being a flying type, this does lead Aerodactyl in a pinning situation as Rhydon pins him down to the ground and then unleashes a powerful Stone Edge, superfecting Aerodactyl, knocking him out. As Ash returns Aerodactyl, noted this Rhydon is very strong, and he has two Pokemon, one refreshed and one nearly knocked out. He sent out Primate to battle, knowing that he's on a ticking time bomb. However, he knows that Primate has one more move to do some damage, which is Close Combat, as the Primate just roars and quickly strikes the massive Rhino Pokemon with a powerful punches, kicks, and elbows. However, two surprises as Rhydon took them very well. Even though it's super effective, Rhydon is taking it scary well against this effective move. But to Ash's horror, Rhydon uses Reversal as all of that move quickly turns back to Primate, knocking him out, which leads Ash one more Pokemon left. But luckily, is his strongest Pokemon, which he sends out Venusaur to battle. And this is where Ash tries to play smart, not wanting to charge in recklessly. But this is the opposite for Giovanni, as he quickly commands Rhydon to do an earthquake as the behemoth slams his powerful legs to the ground, doing damage to Venusaur, leading him to scream a bit. Then Rhydon quickly charged and with a powerful drill rod. But lucky for Ash Venusaur quickly shuts out Leech Seed, managing to hit Rhydon, which means Rhydon is on the opposite end of a ticking time bomb. As Leech slowly drains his health down for Venusaur. As then Venusaur quickly spouted out a powerful sludge bomb to Rhydon. However, it's not effective towards Rhydon. Then it quickly retaliates with a powerful stone edge, doing major damage against Venusaur, but it still stands. And in a few minutes, these two exchange moves after moves one another, but slowly, maturely, Venusaur is slowly winning this battle as Venusaur is slowly getting his health back while Rhydon is slowly his health after every move. And Giovanni knows this and he needs to quickly end this. But he doesn't have any moves that could one-shot Venusaur. So he quickly has to rely on Rhydon's endurance for this. So this is an endurance. Ash is pretty scared that Rhydon took that close combat very well. However, he trusts his Venusaur's power to help him. They have been a journey since the very beginning. Ash has a flashback after they first meet. After everything they went through, Ash declares they're going to win this once and for all. Ash commands Venusaur to do a powerful solar beam. And Giovanni quickly notices and quickly tries to stop him with a powerful stone edge. It does hit Venusaur, but Venusaur holds still, taking the damage head and finally unleashes a powerful solar beam and strikes through the powerful boulders from Stone Edge and shots through until it hits Rhydon with a big explosion covering the entire gym with a smoke. As the smoke clears, Ash knows that he tries to look through it, then notices Giovanni disappears and only notice a badge standing on top where he left. Ash quickly picks it up and finds out it's a badge. And Ash knows Ash knows he won this and quickly accept this, but hesitantly, which lead Ash questions why did Giovanni disappear and not use Mewtwo. It's weird, but it doesn't matter the boy too much as Ash quickly celebrate his win with Venusaur. As we left off, Ash has defeated Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Last time we saw him, he disappeared and leaving him a badge, which is quite weird. He wants to know what happened to that mysterious Pokemon that he had, or where did Giovanni left. But Ash doesn't know what to do yet because he's only 10 years. So anyways, since Ash has 8 badges here, which means he gets to compete in the Indigo League, which this is where it goes similar in the anime where Ash returns home with a little party here and finds out that his rival Gary also managed to get 8+ badges. I don't know how he got the other badges, but we're just gonna leave that to another what if video. But regardless, all that matters is that the two Peloton boys will compete in the Indigo League, And this is where we get to see Ash do a little bit of training. He has about a month, so he has plenty of time to train each and every one of his Pokemon. And this is where Ash gets serious training time. And not only that, he might have got some old friends along the way after a bit of journey back. But luckily, since Ash has Aerodactyl and he can fly on him, it takes a bit of convincing from Aerodactyl's part, but he's happy to do so because it's better off, because he has nothing better else to do, and he also kind of likes Ash even though he won't admit it. After he gets back, getting his old friends back, this is where Ash trains a bit at getting his Pokemon to their very limits and knowing new moves and being much more capable in battle. And once the month passes, this is where Ash goes into the Pokemon Center to register and find very familiar faces: the Samurai, AJ, and Giselle. A couple of trainers he might have seen one time or never seen before: Gary Oak, and finally a mysterious trainer with a Pikachu that he surprisingly has never seen before, but who knows what that's gonna be about. But regardless, all three of his rivals greet him, saying how much they improved the last time they seen one another. The Samurai trainer is proud that he made it this far with his Pokemon, while Janelle just simply wants to show Ash how capable she is after the humiliated defeat from his Mankey, and also AJ, who's been surprisingly quiet but excited because he said to Ash that he's dying to try out a certain Pokemon that he had on him. It was difficult for that Pokemon to listen to him, but I think they worked it out. And this is where Ash gets to find out who's gonna be his first challenger, and it's the Samurai. They simply stare one another and simply smirk one another because this is Ash's first opponent since in his journeys, and is about to get his rematch. And the Samurai is eager to see how Ash has grown over the past days. And this is where we get to see Ash versus the Samurai. It's the next day for Ash. He's all ready for his battle. He has everything prepared, but before he goes to the stadium, he quickly brings out Venusaur and quickly says these things to him. Thanks to him for being with him all this time, and thanking him for being a Pokemon they can always count on. And Venusaur simply smiles at Ash and nodded at him. And this is where Ash returns his trusty starter back to his Pokeball and goes to the stadium where the Samurai is patiently waiting for their first battle. And this is going to be a 3-on-3 battle. As the Samurai trainer sends out Bijo and Ash sends out Butterfree, and it will be a bug battle in the air between these unspoken rivalry. Ever since Metapod has been defeated against Bijo by pretty much do nothing, so likely he could have his redemption here. And this is a tough battle between these two, as Bijo is much more tankier than Butterfree, but luckily for Butterfree, he has the speed advantage, allowing him to use a couple of air slashes and bug buzzes in battle, but surprisingly Beedrill is much more agile, allowing it to move in and strike a powerful poison jab. But luckily for the butterfly Pokemon, it managed to reply with a powerful psychic, and this is a new move since Butterfree went away a bit, and it has a few moves that has been changing throughout ever since it needs to defend his girlfriend and his new kids. And Ash seems what Buffy could do after a lot of training with it. And as these two powerful bug-type Pokemon clash one another in the air, even though Buffy doesn't have much aerial melee against compared to Beedrill, luckily for Ash, Butterfly has its powerful wings to use like close combat quarters, as it uses air slash to keep Beedrill away. As Beedrill tries to use a powerful X scissor and Butterfly tries to a powerful bug buzz, it collided at the same time that these two nearly fall into the air but manage to catch themselves in the air. This forces, surprisingly, both of them off, returning their Pokemon back in. The semi-trainer sends out Pinsir and Ash sends out Primeape immediately used to stare one another, and quickly they go for a test of strength, seeing who's the superior Pokemon here. After last time they fought, Pinsir wants revenge, and Primeape just simply wants to show how stronger compared to Pinsir here. But slowly Primeape wins the test of strength here, being a fighting type course, and able to lift Pinsir up and throw him into the ground, but Pinsir managed to caught himself and quickly rushes down using super power, using its big claw to crunch Primeape his body, slowing him down. But Primeape slowly free himself by pushing the huge pinchers away and slip back off, and quickly does an error move, error ace, doing super effective damage, doing a powerful kick to Pinsir. But Pinsir is not giving up, as the samurai calls out Swords Dance here, and Pinsir power ups here and does a powerful X scissor, slashing through Primeape's defense here, and it's pretty good damage to his part, and Pinsir quickly retaliated with a powerful vice grip attack, and it was a critical hit. But unfortunately for the bug here, it activates Primeape's ability Anger Point, which means once the attack hits, Primeape gets angry, much more angry, and gives him a big attack booster, and Ash knows this. After knowing Primeape so many times, he knows his ability, and he knows he could easily win here, as he calls out for Thrash attack, and with a powerful roar, Primeape charges in like a wild animal and does a frenzy attack on Pinsir, actually even shocking the audience what's happening here, as Primeape just manhandles this bug type into ground and managed to defeat it, surprising the samurai, and felt disappointed that he was hoping that Pinsir gets his revenge here, but he quickly sends back in Pinsir here. Ash doesn't choose to call in Primeape because thanks to the attack booster and Primeape still wanting for a battle, Ash doesn't call back, but the samurai calls out for a strong bug type Scyther here, And once Primate saw Scyther, he immediately rushes in, but Ash tries to call for another move, but Primate just kept using Thrash. It's the side effect on using a powerful move here, and Ash knows this. It has no other choice but to watch Primate attacking Scyther, as Scyther easily dodges and weaves and does a powerful slash attack up in the back of Primate as it roars for agony. And Scyther it's a pretty powerful Pokemon here, as it quickly does a powerful X-Scissor combination, and once Primate does actually land a Thrash, it's unaffected by Scyther because Scyther it's pretty much like Primate. It's a battler Pokemon here and doesn't give up that easily, as it quickly flies up to the end doing complicated area removals where Primate has no other choice but to wait until Scyther comes close. Scyther does a powerful area is knocking out the big monkey unconscious, which forces Ash to recall Primate here, and Ash has no other choice but to send out his new Pokemon that he hasn't much react talking to, but he's confident this Pokemon can handle it, as Ash sends out Monk here. Monk is ready for battle, and Scyther tries to charge in with a powerful X-Scissor, but immediately as soon Striker strikes it, Monk pretty much felt nothing because of its unique biologically, and Scyther is literally unable to cut through the Muk Pokemon here, as Muk retaliates with a powerful gong shot attack, able to do good devastating damage against Scyther, as it quickly flies off, getting distant and tries to shake off the poison here. And the samurai needs to be cautious of Muk here. But unfortunately for the samurai, Scyther doesn't have any range move that could help him in this situation, so he has no other choice to command Scyther to do what he does the best, to get in close and slash it off. But unfortunately, as Scyther tries to rush in with slash, it quickly just absorbs the attack and quickly does a powerful poison jab as Scyther tries to pull away, but its huge claw is stuck between Muk's body, and the Scyther has no other choice but to endure the attack as Ash calls out for a powerful poison jabbing multiple times, allowing Muk to earn a victory, earning Ash his second KO. As the samurai shock sadly returns Scyther back to his Pokemon and has no other choice but to send back in Beedrill. But Ash wouldn't let Muk continue because he wants Butterfree to earn his revenge, as he recalls Muk and sends back Butterfree here, as these two are a bit more exhausted but ready for battle, as these two collide one another, as Butterfree uses a powerful air slash and Beedrill uses a powerful poison jab, trying to stab it with its huge stingers. These two exchanges powerful blows one another, as Beedrill manages to strike through, but thanks to Butterfree's huge wing, allowing him to have greater reach as he uses his powerful wing to slash down at Scyther, as Beedrill tries to use a powerful poison sting, and it spread up as he shuts down multiple stingers. Lucky for Ash quickly uses Butterfree's psychic powers to not only stop the stings but to return the attack, as Beedrill is forced to endure his own attack, and this leaves a big opening for Ash as Butterfree uses a powerful bug buzz, as a powerful bug energy swirls out knocking out through the ground and managed to knock out the Beedrill, earning Ash his first victory here in the Indigo League and celebrates Beedrill as Ash stares two more Pokemon here, earning a good victory here. Ash celebrated his first win and managed to defeat the few trainers that he couldn't beat. He celebrates Mark and shakes his hand with the samurai. The samurai is a bit sad but happy at the same time because he gets to see how Ash has grown so much and how strong a hero truly has become. And he quickly leaves the stadium and Ash stops him saying, where is he going? Isn't he going to watch the tournament? And the samurai simply replies, Ash, there are a lot of things you don't know about the Pokemon world. There's much more regions out there and I simply need to get stronger as there's Pokemon I've never seen before, including bug Pokemon that I've never seen before. So Ash, this may be the last time we meet, but it isn't the last time we will battle, as the samurai leaves, and Ash feels a bit stunned by those words, saying the samurai there's more Pokemon than he's ever seen before, which gets Ash excited, but unfortunately he can't think right now because he needs to ready for his next battle to go up into the tournament. When the day is finished, the new competitors gets to face the new opponent, the upcoming opponent, and this is where Ash is shocking to see Giselle is the second challenger, and Giselle simply stares at and whispers to him, I will defeat you. I won't hold back, as she quickly darts out, and Ash simply is a bit worried but at the same time excited because Giselle is kinda hyping herself a bit and glad to see what's going to happen in this upcoming battle between them. As the next day arrive and seeing which Pokemon that he's going to use against her and seeing what Pokemon she has been using, and Ash will quickly use this is his advantage, and he's probably thinking that Giselle is using Pokemon that could defeat his own, so he might have to quickly do something to prepare for that. But anyways, it's the next day as Ash simply stares at Giselle and Giselle is just simply stares at him but kinda smiling one another as they quickly throw out their Pokemon to battle. Ash faces Giselle as Giselle sends out Kangaskhan and Ash sends out Gengar. Ash commands Gengar to do a powerful Shadow Ball, but Giselle was faster as she commanded Kangaskhan to do Fake Out, as this giant Pokemon moves in terrifying speed, managed to get close to Gengar and simply slaps her arm to get flinch Gengar, and not only that, it used an opportunity to do a powerful Drain Punch, and it managed to hit Gengar with solid damage, which leaves Ash shocked here because he's pretty sure that Gengar cannot be affected against normal and fighting type, but Giselle butts in saying that Kangaskhan has an ability called Scrappy. She can hit Ghost type with normal and fighting type regardless, and this is forced Ash to quickly adjust his strategy. He thought he could use Gengar's typing to his advantage, but clearly that's not the case, as he quickly caused Gengar to do a Sludge Bomb, as Gengar opens his tongue out and shoots out a powerful Sludge Bomb towards Kangaskhan. It does decent damage, but Kangaskhan quickly retaliates, as Kangaskhan summons powerful stone out of the sky as she uses rock slide. But unfortunately it didn't manage to hit Gengar, but it did force Gengar to dedicate himself to dodge the attack. But unfortunately this lets him get cornered as Kangaskhan quickly jumped in with another powerful punch. Not only they're doing damage to Gengar, but also slowly regaining some health. And Ash quickly realized that Gengar can't handle Kangaskhan's strength here, so he has to quickly use Will-O-Wisp to slow down Kangaskhan, as Gengar managed to hide in a shadow, which Kangaskhan gets confused, and Gengar surprised the mother Pokemon by getting burned with a powerful Will-O-Wisp, and Giselle notices and quickly recalls Kangaskhan back immediately before any damage can be done, as she confidently sends out a weird looking Marowak here with purple skinish and its bone basically on fire. Ash has never seen this Pokemon before, but it's quickly known that Giselle caused Marowak to do a shadow bone, as Marowak clicks its club with his skull as quickly charges and bashing Gengar into the ground and knocking Gengar by surprise. This caught Ash surprise as he has no other choice but to recall Gengar, and quickly knows this weird looking Marowak is a ghost type being and is unsure how to approach this. But luckily it noticed the bones is on fire, and thinking to him, Ash thinks Marowak is a fire type also, so he sends out his only water type here, sending out Kingler to battle. And as Janelle commands Marowak to a powerful shadow bone, but thanks to Ash being much more prepared, I managed to command Kingler to grab it, and he does so and slams its powerful claw into the ground, slamming Marowak to the ground, doing major damage. But unfortunately for Ash here, Marowak is still standing strong, as Ash quickly caused Kingler to do a powerful mud shot as he spits out multiple sludge shots towards Marowak. But Janine quickly called Marowak to use Boomerang to use it to knock every attack, and once Marowak spins his club, knocking all the attacks away and recalling back his bone, and Ash tries to do a powerful hammer, but unfortunately Marowak was much more faster and able to surprise Ash with a powerful thunder punch here, and this surprisingly does good damage to Kingler, but not managed to knock it out. It tries to get its destiny away, trying to recover that electric type thing move. But surprisingly, Janelle quickly recalls Marowak and sends out Executor for battle. And knowing this will be tough for Kingler, and has no other choice but to command Kingler to do a powerful crab hammer. Even though it's not powerful enough to do damage to Executor, but Executor managed to retaliate with a powerful Giga Drain, absorbing Kingler's health down, and Ash has no other choice but to recall Kingler back to his Pokeball here. He sends out his only counter here, Magmaton, to battle, as Magmaton floats in the air and quickly unleash a powerful flash cannon directly to Executor. But suddenly Ash commands Executor to reply with Elite Sheet, managed to landing Magmaton and slowly maturely whittling down his health slowly. Ash needs to quickly end this and quickly commands Magmaton to use Thunder Wave, paralyzing the coconut Pokemon. But the Executor still hangs on there and managed to do a powerful psychic power directly to Magmar, causing him in pain. But Magmar managed to do a powerful thunderbolt towards Executor, but not doing much damage thanks to its grass typing. Ash finally gets his growth back and managed to do another thunderbolt directed to Executor, but to Ash's surprise again, Janelle quickly recalls Executor and sends out back Kangaskhan to battle. This leaves Ash no other choice but to quickly watches happen and quickly tries to do a powerful tri-beam attack. But Ash gets caught up as Kangaskhan uses fake out, flinching the Magmaton, and once Magmaton can't move, Kangaskhan quickly retires with a powerful Drain Punch, wearing down Magmaton and managed to knock it out, leaving Ash 2 unconscious Pokemon and 1 more Pokemon against Janelle's 3 Pokemon. You see, Ash, as you can clearly see, I managed to force you to bring out all of your Pokemon. Well, I still have some of my Pokemon left. I am much more stronger than before. I have 3 good Pokemon against your 1 Pokemon. Just face it, Ash. You're losing here. But Ash doesn't give up. We'll see about that, Janelle. I choose you, Kingler. Even though Klinger just fought, but it's pretty obvious that it still have much more energy to spare. As Kangaskhan tries to do another powerful Drain Punch, surprisingly to Janine, Kingler managed just to cut the whole move by its huge claw, and it quickly lifts up his arm, and Ash commands Kingler to use a powerful Hammer Arm as Kingler uses his big meaty claws to slam its full weight into Kangaskhan, managing to knock out the mother Pokemon down. Janelle just simply recalls Kangaskhan back to his Pokemon and quickly smirks to herself and quickly sends back Executor here as she tries to launch a powerful leech. She's trying to set herself up for a victory here, but Ash quickly remembers that strategy and tries Kingler to do another powerful Crab Hammer as Executor tries to shoots out a little seed, but is quickly knocked out of the side as Kingler uses a powerful Crab Hammer, launching a powerful water move towards Executor, but this isn't enough power to knock out the coconut Pokemon, as Janelle quickly calls Executor to do a powerful move as it uses Leaf Storm. As it commands a powerful Leaf Storm towards Kingler, and it's doing big damage to Kingler, but it's surprisingly hanging on as Ash quickly uses one of his secret moves as Kingler retaliates with a powerful Night Slash with a good critical hit, knocking out Executor with a super effective damage, getting Janine by surprise as she recalls Executor back. Janelle quickly grits her teeth and sends back Marowak to battle as these two charge one another, as Marowak uses his club like a sword and Kingler is using his claw like a club, as these two weapons clash one another as Marowak uses Shadow Bone and Kingler uses his Nightshade as it quickly does like a sword player. But Ash quickly tries to use Hammer Arm, and Janelle is surprised that it won't do anything. as it literal asking Klinger's hammer armament literally went through to Marowak's body, and Janelle quickly retort that, "Are you an idiot? Ash fighting type is unaffected by ghost typing." But Ash just simply laughs. That's exactly the point. Now Kingler used Crab Hammer as Janelle quickly realizes Klinger's his massive is embedded itself into Gra and releasing powerful water move like a big explosion underneath Marowak's feet. With a big explosion, it's hard to see which Pokemon is standing first, but it's clearly which one fell unconscious here. As these two Pokemon just stare one another, Kingler suddenly drops his big arm into the ground, and this gives a Janelle a happy look. But unfortunately, Marowak drops its club and just fell unconscious first, then Kingler, leading to his second victory here in the Indigo League here, earning Ash his toughest battle yet here. After they have a shock face for Giselle what just happened, but Ash simply grits his teeth as he celebrates his battle with Kingler. As Giselle is still stunned, but quickly calls back her Pokemon and quickly says thank you to her after having a grueling battle. And Giselle simply walks toward Ash, a bit angered but acceptance that she said that she's angry that she couldn't defeat Ash, but happy that Ash is quite strong after the last time they meet, because last time they saw Ash was kind of struggling the last time they met with his Mankey, but after seeing his Primeape in action, it is clear that Ash has really growing some gains after seeing that performance. She simply hands out their hand as a gesture, as a thanks for the battle, and Ash replied to that as a handshake, but Giselle quickly pulls in his head, "This doesn't mean this is over, I will defeat you one day," as she walks away. And Ash is stunned what just happened, but glad that she is still motivated just to simply defeat him. And there's going to be a week off for the rest of the tournament, because they're letting the Pokemon's rest for the moment, and Ash is spoiling his Pokemon Gengar, Prime, Kingler, Magneton, Muk, and Butterfree. Well deserved snacks for their great efforts. And once he finds out his next competitor, finding out it's AJ, the trainer that is really strong. As these two simply stare, and AJ replied, "Ash, you don't bring your A game on. It's gonna be disappointing for me." As he simply walk away, and Ash is simply angered by this, and is determined to defeat AJ for the upcoming battle. And this is where we're gonna leave the few days of relaxing and strategizing what Ash should use for his upcoming battle with AJ. And this is where he learns about Gary's situation and knows that Gary was defeated here. And this shocked Ash very surprisingly, because he thought Gary is going to go all the way until he meets him in a battle. But to his disappointment, Gary was defeated by just a random trainer. And once Ash sees Gary simply played it off that 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 trainer was just lucky, or he was just a better trainer there, as Gary simply walks off the Pokemon Center to continue his journey. And Ash asks him where is he going, and Gary replied there's another region that he wants to go, but he needs to take time after getting defeated. So Gary will meet Ash again, which means Ash doesn't get to even battle with Gary, which leaves him devastated, but quickly realizes he doesn't need to focus on that. He needs to be ready for AJ here, because even though Gary is out of the tournament, it doesn't mean it's over for Ash, which means the next day, once AJ and Ash meet eye to eye and stand on the battlefield, they simply breathe aside, acknowledge them, and call upon their Pokemon to battle. Immediately, AJ and Ash sends out Tauros and Arcanine for battle. These two stare one another and activating they intimidate one another, and it's clear what the other is doing, as both command for an attack as Tauros uses Horn Attack and Arcanine uses Extreme Speed, as these two collide one another with a powerful thud, as these two are clashing their scars one another, forcing the other to push as to show who's more dominant. But it's unfortunate for Arcanine, because Tauros has been doing that ever since it was born and easily pushes through, showing how strong Tauros is here. But luckily for the doggo, Arcanine is much more faster. As soon as Tauros gets any closer, Arcanine quickly moves away and quickly uses Flamethrower to get some distance away, as the boy cries in pain but shakes it off unwieldy. But Tauros stomps his hood into the ground by using a powerful earthquake, doing good damage against Arcanine, as Arcanine doesn't scream but simply endures the attack, as he quickly goes back in with another Extreme Speed, landing a powerful hit to the both sides, skidding him across the battle. And this is where AJ calls in Tauros and sends back a powerful water Pokemon here, Gyarados. As Gyarados sends out in battle with a powerful roar and activating its Intimidate ability to Arcanine, and Ash doesn't like how Arcanine's attack has been decreased drastically and has no other choice but to recall Arcanine here and to send out Magmaton in its place, as Magmaton is ready for battle. AJ calls for Gyarados to use Waterfall towards the magnet Pokemon. It was fast, but it didn't do much damage against the electric steel Pokemon, as Magmaton quickly replied with a powerful Thunderbolt, doing major damage against the Serpent. But surprising to Ash, Gyarados took it very well, and after having flashbacks that Shenshi has went through, he knows too well that Gyarados has been doing training to not let electric type get to him that easily, as Gyarados simply took the attack and simply replied with a powerful Dragon Pulse directly at Magmaton, as Magmaton quickly took the huge attack, but still standing, as Gyarados quickly sets up for a Dragon Dance, immediately getting an attack boost and a speed boost. And this is where Ash gets a bit worried, and Ash commands Magmaton to use Tri Attack, as the Tri Magmaton shots out 3 different elements, but Gyarados is much more fast and able to weave through like a huge snake, as he quickly goes gets behind Magmaton and does a powerful waterfall towards Magmaton as Ash tries to call out for a flash cannon, but unfortunately for Magmaton it got flinched, which leads Gyarados to do a powerful Dragon Pulse directly to Magmaton. But luckily Magmaton is still standing but a bit heavy damage. But luckily Ash has a thing to slow down Gyarados regardless how fast he's going to get. As AJ tries to do another Dragon Dance, Ash quickly responds to a Thunder Wave as the three Magmatons quickly stun the Serpent with powerful electric through its body, and this is where it's paralyzed for the moment. AJ tries to use another powerful Dragon Pulse, but being paralyzed is much more slow to execute the move, which gives Ash plenty of opportunity for Magmaton to do a powerful Thunderbolt as the Magmaton commands powerful electric powers striking through the Serpent as Gyarados tries to fire the draconic energy. It did hit, but it merely scratches Magmaton's body, and Thunder quickly puts it down as this gives Ash the first knockout here as AJ is forced to recall his characters but simply smiles. AJ is even glad because he pretty much said, "Hey Ash, I was worried that if you couldn't take out Gyarados, because if you didn't take out Gyarados, it would have been bad for you." And Ash simply replied, "What are you implying?" And AJ responds simply, "Gyarados is not even my strongest. He's practically my weakest Pokemon." And AJ pulled out a Pokeball, which is why the next one will be much more harder as AJ sends out Sand Slash here. Immediately, Ash quickly recalls Magmaton back, knowing that Sand Slash has a big advantage on his Magmaton Pokemon. As Ash sends out Kingler for battle and AJ simply smirks, and that's exactly what I wanted as AJ calls out for Spike as the Hedgehog Pokemon spread out a battle with leaders, but to Ash it felt like he did nothing and simply took the opportunity for King to a powerful Crab Hammer. But luckily for AJ, Sand Slash is much more faster than any other Sand Slash, as Sand Slash simply rotates as the water move quickly wears off Sand Slash and quickly find like the move has never hit in Sand Slash. And this is where Air gets a bit worried, and AJ quickly calls for Metaclaw as the Hedgehog Pokemon rushes in on Kingler, slashing down powerful Metal Claws towards Kingler. But luckily for the crab, it has its own massive claws to deal with it, as it quickly uses Hammer Armor, but shockingly Sand Slash simply blocks it with his own claw. And once they have a little do, AJ simply applies Earthquake as the Sand Slash quickly strikes its huge claw into the ground, creating a powerful earthquaking as it knocks out Kingler in one swell swoop, which leaves Ash devastated because it was his MVP on his second battle with Giselle, as Ash has no other choice but to recall his Kingler back. Ash sends out Clefable in battle, and AJ continues with Sand Slash, thinking that he has an easy win here. But unknowing to AJ, even though Clefable hasn't battled much, but it doesn't mean she's weak, as Sand Slash tries to do a powerful slash attack while Clefable simply uses a powerful Moon Blast, direct hit from Slant Slash as AJ tries to turn around by using a powerful earthquake, but unknowing to his surprise, Clefairy simply jumps around in the battlefield, taking less damage because it's moved. Even though it did hit Clefairy, but not as much because Ash quickly knows that the Clefairy likes to jump around, which kind of memorized the damage a bit, but not as much, as Clefairy simply goes in for a powerful play rough as she uses a powerful arms and legs and even a headbutt towards Landshots as it quickly topples over in the battlefield. And Sandslash is pretty angered by this and a bit embarrassed from the jumping Pokemon as he quickly uses Metal Claw, and this time it actually affected the fairy here. But unknowingly, that's what Ash wanted Sandslash to get closer as Clefairy unleashes a powerful ice beam towards Sandslash as it nearly knocks Sandslash out of the battle if it wasn't for his great endurance from resisting his weakness towards water type. So AJ quickly recalls Sandslash here. As AJ recalls Sandslash and sends out his grass type to battle Victory Bell, and Ash doesn't recall because Clefairy is the ones to battle here, even though it's up against a poison type, but that doesn't matter to Ash here because he knows what he's trying to do here and is going to commit to it. As Ash calls out for a powerful Moonblast, and AJ simply calls Victory Bell's powerful Razor Leaf as these two move clash one another, creating up a big smoke in the battlefield as Clefairy is unknowingly unaware where Victory Bell is, but AJ quickly recalls a powerful poison jab as Victory Bell's vine is quickly struck Clefairy in the back behind her back, unleashing a super effective damage towards the fairy Pokemon. And this does give AJ a opportunity to use Toxic here as it poisons Clefairy here, and AJ simply plans out to wait out for the poison to do its job because Clefairy are known to be using a lot of moves like healing moves. That made the decision for AJ as simply recalls a powerful play rough doing solid damage towards the grass Pokemon. As Ash simply calls out a move Life Draw as Clefairy is quickly draws the mystical powers of water, healing self in the process, but not as much as the two other Pokemon goes back into it as Clefairy tries in with a powerful play rough and Victory Bell is using powerful leaf blades here. But to AJ here in this point, the poison that Clefairy has been should have gotten much more exhausted in battle. But to AJ, he saw that Clefairy is quite fine by this, and AJ quickly thinks about it and calls out, and Ash simply replies that it is Clefairy's ability, Magic God. Clefairy can only take damage directly from Pokemon, not status move like Toxic. And AJ realizes, but it's too late as Clefairy quickly uses a powerful Ice Beam, knocking out Victory Bell and earning Ash's second KO Pokemon here. AJ unrelenting calls back in Victory Bell and realizes two of his good Pokemon are knocked out while he only knocked out one of his Pokemon, which leads him to call out his powerhouse sooner than he expected, as it calls out a very powerful Charizard here. And this surprises Ash because even though he knows Charizard, but he has never actually seen no one in person. He just knows that they are quite powerful. And Ash realizes that as Ash quickly tries to do a powerful moon blast, but Clefable is way too fast, too slow compared to Charizard here, as it simply replies with a powerful flamethrower, knocking Clefable out in one fell swoop, which leaves Ash pretty surprised by this, as Ash simply recalls back Clefable and quickly needs to make a decision as he sends out his next Pokemon here, and quickly realizes the Pokemon that he has right now, the three Pokemon that he has is unable to get to Charizard, and the one Pokemon that he doesn't have advantage towards Charizard is quite damaged, so he has no other choice but to set out Primeape here, which is a bad idea considering the fact Charizard is part flying type. But this doesn't matter to Ash, and he knows that Primeape can handle himself here. Immediately, AJ took advantage of the situation and quickly called an air/slash as Charizard took his advantage by flying over in the battlefield and unleashing a barrage of air slashes, as Primeape takes it very well, as it simply uses aerial is by jumping platform to platform, able to strike Charizard with a powerful punch, but it's unaffected by this because Charizard simply replies with another powerful flamethrower towards Primeape and smashes him towards the ground as it falls down with a big crack in the battlefield. Ash quickly calls Primeape but realizes that Primeape is getting angry and being much more angry, and this leads him to build his rage, and Ash tries to realize that Charizard quickly activates Primeape's anger point ability, which means that Primeape's attack is fully boosted, but is unsure most of his moves is unaffected by Charizard here, except for one, high risk, high remove, Thrash. As Ash calls out, as Primeape calls a primal roar as it quickly charges towards Charizard in all fours, and it quickly tries to do devastating damage. It does so, but Charizard quickly grabs his fist in the air, and AJ quickly calls a powerful seismic toss as Charizard grabs Primeape and simply lifted him in the air and spinning around in the air as it quickly slams him back into the ground with a third powerful fuck, making a powerful crater as Primeape has swollen eyes, forcing Ash to recall Primeape here. And this is where the second match, the first half of the match quickly have a break here, as the two trainer goes back and sit down for a 5-minute break, and Ash quickly realizes he's in a tough situation. Two of his Pokemon are already have been damaged, and one of his Pokemon is fully rested but is unsure how to get over AJ's current Pokemon, especially towards Charizard, because he knows Charizard is quite a problem Pokemon that AJ has. As the 5 minute goes by, the two trainers goes back into the podium, and Ash quickly asks AJ where did he got Charizard, and AJ simply replied that before he got Charizard, it was a Charmander, and Charmander has been abandoned by its trainer. And AJ simply vows to raise Charmander and raise him to be a powerful, strong trainer. And at first it was not easy because at first it didn't want to listen once it evolved, but they got that sorted out, and now Charizard will listen to AJ. And this reminds Ash his own situation with Aerodactyl, but right now he's in the tournament and doesn't need to think that right now, as the two trainers simply sends out their final half of the match, as Ash sends out Arcanine and AJ sends back in Tauros, as these two continue where they last off, as these two quickly charge one another, as Tauros and Arcanine dash one another, doing bits of damage to one another. These two powerful Pokemon clash their heads one another to see who has the more power, as Arcanine quickly calls back as it quickly fires a powerful flamethrower, cutting the Tauros in flame, and AJ simply calls Tauros to do a powerful Giga Impact, as the Tauros simply is out of the fire and charges towards Arcanine in full force, as Tauros simply charges and uses all of its weight and the momentum that is being using, crashing into him through multiple boulders. But Ash is still holding on, as Arcanine still heavily breathes heavily, as it's still standing but struggling, and Ash knows that Arcanine can do it. He just needs to use a secret move in the right time and won't get being caught a second time. But luckily for Arcanine, Tauros needs to recharge before he could move, giving Arcanine a time to do some damage, as it quickly runs over and do a powerful crunch attack, doing major damage towards Tauros. But the Bison Pokemon is still standing and quickly backs off Arcanine, as AJ calls for a second Giga Impact, as this time Tauros is planning to knock Arcanine for good, as it charges in all fours, charging towards Arcanine, and it does manage to hit, and AJ thinks it's over, but to his surprise, Arcanine his eyes are still open, and Ash calls out for a powerful reversal, as Arcanine simply reverses all the damage towards Tauros, doing a super hit finisher, knocking out Tauros with Spiraling Eyes. And AJ is surprised by this and simply recalls back his Pokemon, and since but is not too worried, because seeing Arcanine's his condition, one more move is enough to end Arcanine, as he simply sends out Hitmonchan, and Arcanine tries to do a second powerful reversal, but Machamp is surprisingly fast, as AJ calls out for a priority move with a powerful Mach Punch, knocking Arcanine with a powerful fist, landing him to the ground as Arcanine swirls his eyes, and Ash recalls Arcanine as no other choice but to send out Magneton in battle. Ash calls for a powerful Thunderbolt that strikes through to hit Hitmonchan, but the punching Pokemon is standing, showing incredible endurance, as it simply took the damage and unleashes a couple of powerful Mach Punch left and right towards the three Magnemite Pokemon, and Ash is pretty backfired by this and has to make sure and cause Magneton gets its destiny away, as it knows that if Hitmontop gets any closer, it's over for his Pokemon. Luckily for Magneton, there's one thing going that he has an advantage. He can float, and he uses that as an advantage, as it quickly dodges all Hitmonchamp's punches, as AJ calls out for a fire punch, and this time this gives Hitmonchan a much more reach as it quickly strikes Magmaton through and manages to do major damage with Magmaton, and knows as that Magmaton can't handle much more, so he quickly calls for a powerful thunder wave as it paralyzes Hitmonchan as it struggles to move. So Ash has one opportunity to use a try attack as all three of the Magmaton unleashes a powerful element, ice, fire, and lightning towards Hitmonchan, but it's still standing as AJ recalls for a powerful close combat as Hitmonchan swings all of his power with powerful jabs, punches, right hooks, and even a knee strike, doing major damage and knocking out Magmaton in battle, which leads Ash to one last Pokemon left that he has. Ash simply looks at Venusaur's Pokeball, simply grabs it a bit, then breathes aside. He turns his head, turns all the way back, and calls out Venusaur for battle. It's the grass starter Pokemon rolls ready for battle, and AJ simply grins and calls for another fire punch, and Venusaur took it than expected, and AJ is surprised by this as Venusaur simply makes Hitmonchan back off, and Ash calls for a powerful poison attack, a sludge bomb, as it launches a powerful sludge bomb towards Hitmonchan. Even though it's not effective, it's not super effective or anything, but it managed to do major damage to Hitmonchan and managed to knock out the fighting Pokemon in the process. As AJ simply recalls, but not too worried, as it sends back in Sandslash, as Venusaur has flashbacks his previous battle with Sandshoe the last time, and this time he wants revenge here, as Sandslash quickly dives in for a powerful Metal Claw, and Venusaur quickly calls a powerful Solar Beam. Sandslash does strike a couple of times, but it's too late as it's too close as Venusaur unleashes a powerful Solar Beam towards Sandslash, and Sandslash is still standing. It took the front of the damage pretty heavily, but it's surprisingly standing, and Ash simply says to himself, Sandslash has been taking a lot of damage and it's still standing. He needs to praise AJ how dedicated he is to his Sandslash, but Sandslash is breathing heavily and both trainers knows that, and AJ simply has to use Dig to try to avoid any sort of damage, but unknowingly this is what Ash exactly wants, as Venusaur calls out a powerful frenzy plans, as all of a sudden as Venusaur roars and it calls out all the plants in the area, as these two powerful vines grows underneath the ground where Sandslash is, as it simply grabs Sandslash and quickly slams into the ground, knocking him out with one move, and AJ is pretty surprised by this and forced to recall Sandslash here. And right now AJ is pretty confident as he simply sends out Charizard and it simply roars ready for battle. These two Pokemon simply stare one another, and their trainer is also staring one another, thinking what are they planning to do here. They both know what their Pokemon are capable of and are not sure how to approach this, but at the same time Venusaur calls out, uses Sludge Bomb, and and AJ calls out a powerful flamethrower. These two powerful moves collide one another with a powerful boom in the end as these two Pokemon stare at one another, and AJ calls out for Charizard to quickly charge in for an air slash attack. As Charizard flaps his wing dangerously, it quickly charges in as it slashes Venusaur with his huge wing, doing damage to the process. But Venusaur won't take this slightly, because after all the experience of taking damage and having so many endurance battle, this allows Venusaur to take the attack much more effectively than Ash's previous Pokemon, which lets Venusaur take the opportunity to use Leech Seed here. As Charizard flies around Venusaur, Venusaur launches the seed, which allows Ash of a advantage for trying to overtire the big lizard here. But AJ is not having none of it, because he caused Charizard to repeatedly use Flamethrower, burning the frog Pokemon in the process, which it does do good damage because of its grass typing. Ash is in a sticky situation because he can't rely on Solar Beam here, because it needs to recharge, and giving AJ an opening is a probably bad idea, and his move that Venusaur taught him won't help him in the situation one bit, but he has to quickly think of something to turn around the battle, and this is where AJ caused Charizard to use Dragon's Breath to attempt to paralyze the frog Pokemon. But unknowns to AJ, Venusaur took it and unleashes another Sludge Bomb, doing major damage to Charizard, and knows Charizard has a time crunch, as AJ simply causes him to fly up into the air and just shut down flamethrowers and flamethrowers one another, attempting just to finish him off, and taking the advantage that since Charizard can fly, Venusaur won't have any opportunity to chip, and AJ knows that Ash's only hope is perhaps Sludge Bomb and Solar Beam, but those two moves won't help him because it can't reach Charizard in the situation. But luckily for Ash, he thought of something quick, so he caused Venusaur to use Earth Power here, and unexpected, it doesn't affect Charizard because he's literally flying in the air, as Venusaur is just attacking in the ground, and AJ thinks Ash is getting desperate and panicking in the situation, so AJ just simply commands Charizard to dive right in with a powerful air slash. But unbeknownst AJ, Earth Power is not attempting to even do damage or catch Charizard. It created a powerful sand tornado as it quickly blinds Charizard and stuns the lizard for the moment, as Ash has a good opportunity to call upon his Solar Beam, and Venusaur charges everything that he has, and once Charizard quickly recovers, AJ tries to call out for a flamethrower, and Charizard does so as the flame nearly touches Venusaur, but luckily for Ash, Venusaur has been enduring it so much that once Solar Beam is finally ready, it fired with a powerful, but the most brightest Solar Beam that Venusaur has ever done, causing a powerful boom as the Solar Beam eats all develops the Charizard's flamethrower and causes him to take big damage, but not as much. But since Charizard has been battling and Venusaur hasn't been taking much damage, and not only that, Leech Seed is helping Venusaur to survive in the situation, as these two just stare one another, breathing heavily and waiting for one of them to fall. and Venusaur took just simply falls. But it seems like Venusaur is knocked out, and Charizard is simply grinning, but realizes it fell too because both other Pokemon fell unconscious. And the ref is unsure what to do here, so he calls upon whichever Pokemon gets up first is the winner. So the two trainer calls for the Pokemon just to stand up, and Charizard is standing up, and Venusaur is slowly doing it, but very slowly. As Charizard is nearly stands up, but quickly falls in the ground as Venusaur stood tall, winning Ash the tournament here. And Ash was shocked, and AJ is beyond shocked, and Ash simply celebrates his win with Venusaur. And AJ simply recalls Charizard and praising him for so much effort that he put in the match. Ash and AJ simply walk towards one another and simply shake their hands, and AJ accepting his loss as he acknowledged Ash was the better trainer and knows this won't be the last time, even though this is their greatest battle. But both of them secretly know that this isn't the end for them. And AJ also replied he better not lose because that's gonna look bad at his part. And AJ simply walks off as Ash grins and patting Venusaur in the head, praising him after so much effort that he put in the battle. And this is where we're going to continue the episode, as it played pretty similarly where Ash meets Richie. And thankfully Team Rocket isn't here, so they don't interfere in any sort of way, which means once Ash and Richie goes to the finals together, they have a full team ready for battle. But how much show, because we don't get to see Richie's whole team. And also Ash is ready for the battle. So what happens? And the battle begins. As the Richie boy sends out Butterfree and Ash sends out Aerodactyl to battle, and it shows very quickly that Aerodactyl is much more bigger than Butterfree, which means Richie is going to have a hard time, especially with Aerodactyl's rock typing. And once the battle begins, these two clash one another, but it's quickly to see that Aerodactyl quickly is easily overpowering Butterfree, as it showed it doesn't have much strength behind its attack, especially compared to Aerodactyl, as Ash simply commands him to use a powerful arrow as the fossil Pokemon with terrifying speed managed to move around and outpace the Butterfree. But Aerodactyl isn't getting away with this because Butterfree has a secret move with Giga Drain, doing some major damage but not much because it's pretty neutral towards Aerodactyl. And once Aerodactyl has an advantage, it simply uses Rock Slide as it quickly summons a bunch of rocks in the air, crashing into Butterfree as it knocks it out pretty easily. And Richie grits his teeth for this because he didn't expect his first Pokemon to be defeated that easily. He breathes a sigh and recalls his trusty bug type back into his Pokeball. And Richie sends out his only counter to Aerodactyl. He sends out Sparky, and Sparky jumps in the battle readily. And this is weird to Ash because even though he knows Pikachu, he hasn't really seen or battle with it. So to him it's pretty weird, but let's not get that deep in thought as Ash commands Aerodactyl to fly in with a powerful aerial ace, as it does so with powerful assault towards the little mouse Pokemon. But just because it's little doesn't mean it's strong, because once Richie commands a powerful thunderbolt striking through as Aerodactyl took the huge blow, doing major damage to the fossil. And this is where Aerodactyl gets a bit mad, but it still has control here. As Ash commands for a Giga Impact and tries attempts to crash into Sparky, and Sparky simply dodged the attack by using Quick Attack, moving the attack away. And once Aerodactyl stops and needs to recharge, Sparky simply gets in by using a powerful Quick Attack and another Quick Attack as Aerodactyl tries to call upon Rock Slide, but Sparky is much more faster than expected, so it tries to use a powerful Thunder, and Ash quickly replied for Aerodactyl to avoid the attack, and Aerodactyl mainly does so, but the Thunder does hit him by the wing, and this is where Aerodactyl gets a bit mad. But luckily Ash knows how Aerodactyl is, so he quickly recalls him back before anything else could happen. Ash thinks upon when AJ sends out his ace much more early than expected, so Ash will follow that because it showed how effectively it could be. So Ash sends out Venusaur as Venusaur is ready for battle, and Richie calls for Sparky for a quick attack, but it shows that Ash and Venusaur, when they're together, they are much more focused and much more, patient than the previous Ash. So when Pikachu does land a good quick attack, Venusaur quickly uses Leech Seed, which means that Richie's speed will hinder him because Sparky will get much more tired and his health will be drained towards Venusaur. So Richie has no other choice but to quickly do damage by calling a Thunderbolt, but Venusaur took the damage pretty easily as Venusaur calls upon Earth Power as the ground underneath Sparky begins to burst with a powerful boom as Sparky took heavy damage and nearly knocking it out, and Richie knows this and he quickly recalls his mouse Pokemon back to his Pokeball. Richie grits his teeth because he knows that it's Venusaur and Ash's strongest Pokemon and is unsure how to approach, but he's confident the Pokemon that he has. So he sends out his only counter to Venusaur, his Charmeleon here. And Ash knows this but doesn't call back Venusaur because he knows Venusaur can handle him, especially when he just fought a Charizard previous battle, a stronger evolution than Charmeleon. So these two clashes one another as Charmeleon tries to get close with a powerful fire punch, and Venusaur simply took the attack and quickly replied with a powerful sludge bomb, and this actually gets Charmeleon poisoned here, which means that he's in a ticking time bomb, and this is simply bad luck for Richie. His Sparky is Leech Seed and Charmeleon is already poisoned in the first minute of the match and quickly needs to think about the strategy, but Richie doesn't have time because Ash and Venusaur doesn't hesitate to call upon a powerful earth power, doing huge damage towards Charmeleon's underfeed, and Richie simply has to call upon a powerful flamethrower, but Venusaur managed to dodge that attack because, and also noted, it's much more slower compared to other Charizard that he just previously battled. So but Venusaur is still taking a bit of damage just by standing near the attack. But luckily for Ash, Venusaur calls upon a powerful solo beam, and Richie thinks he has an easy hit here, as Charmeleon tries to go in with a powerful Dragon Rage, but it's too slow and Venusaur is much more faster. And once the recharge is finished and Venusaur unleashes a powerful solar beam, crashing Charmeleon to the ground, it managed to knock it out. And Richie is pretty devastated and really wanted to showcase how Charmeleon is capable of, but it's clearly shown the difference between their powers and experience, as Richie calls back in Charmeleon here. And this is where Richie sends upon his secret weapon here, a Dragonair. And this is Ash's first time seeing a dragon type. Since unsure of the dragon typing, he quickly looks at his Pokédex to get information and quickly noted Dragonair has advantage upon the elements of lightning, fire, ice, and grass types, which means that which means most of the team that is going to use is not gonna have a good match against Dragonair, which means that he needs to let Venusaur take on this Serpent here. And these two quickly collided with a powerful Sludge Bomb, and Dragonair calls upon a powerful Dragon Pulse here. As two collided one another, these two Pokemon exchanges range move one another here. Venusaur managed to get Dragonair poison there with his Sludge Bomb attack and managed to do some damage with Earth Power, but unsure how to launch his powerful Solar Beam because it knows it's a risky high reward move. But for Richie, he's not worried but he's calm, knowing that Dragonair has an ability called Shed Scale, which means that once the exchange move, Dragonair randomly sheds her scales off, which heals herself up against the poison that she just had. Which means Ash won't have to rely on the poison to take out Dragonair, which means Ash needs to really work on defeating him in the old-fashioned way. But unfortunately for Ash, he's going in this battle with an information and a Pokemon that he's never fought upon, which means that Ash's Venusaur is defeated here, but without doing any damage in return, because Venusaur has been showcasing how of a battler he really is, and being a true ace to Ash's party. As Ash recalls Venusaur saying praises and sending out Kingler here. Unfortunately, Ash gets a bit of an edge, getting a bit cocky, which means that when Kingler and Dragonair exchange powerful blows with Crab Hammer and with a Dragon Pulse, and Ash tries to knock out Dragonair with a powerful Hammer Arm, this lets Ash get surprised by Dragon's Air's Thunderbolt, leaving Kingler knocked out before he could do anything else. But it does do some damage to Dragonair, but unfortunately it's what Ash's biggest head caused him to defeat here, which leads Ash to recall Kingler and sends out Gengar here for a bit of revenge. Luckily for Ash here, since Dragonair has been battling Venusaur and Kingler here, which means Gengar doesn't need to carry much, as one good Shadow Ball does the job done as Dragonair is knocked out. But Ash replied to himself that Dragonair is pretty tough. If it wasn't for Kingler and Venusaur, he's not sure that he could handle her. And Richie simply recalls her back and sends out Since Richie has 3 of his Pokemon knocked out, which means it's the half break time. This is where the two trainers quickly runs the plan in their heads, thinking what Pokemon they should use next. Once the 5-minute break hits, with the two trainer quickly goes back into it and calls upon the next Pokemon, as Richie calls upon Poliwrath and Ash calls upon Magmatonia. And this is a fairly even match because both Pokemon has advantage and disadvantage one another, which means once these two call upon their move, it will be pretty devastating, as Magmatonia uses Thunderbolt and Poliwrath quickly tries to go in with a powerful Drain Punch, as Poliwrath uses his huge fist to crack through the lightning, but doesn't avoid him taking some damage. But luckily for Poliwrath, Drain Punch can never fight that way. Once Poliwrath hits Magmatonia, it slowly gains some health in the process, and Poliwrath quickly replied with a powerful waterfall, cracking its huge fist towards the Magmatonia. But Magmatonia has took the damage head on and replied with a powerful Tri-Beam attack as the 3 move collide towards Poliwrath and doing major damage one another. And the two trainers realize that these two are evenly. These two could easily have both trainers could easily see one of their Pokemon is winning than the other, which means that this is a battle between range attack and close quarters match. These two quickly exchange moves as Poliwrath does a powerful break and Magmatonia replies with a powerful flash cannon. And this is where the two trainers calls upon their strongest move, as Magmatonia uses Thunderbolt and Poliwrath calls in a powerful close combat attack. And these two exchange the attack at the same time, where to the point the two Pokemon are double knocked out, which leads both trainers surprised by this. But as soon as the referee calls to call back and sends their next Pokemon, they have to respect the referee and call back and send out their next Pokemon here. Ash sends upon his trusted doggo to battle Arcanine, and Richie sends out a strange Pokemon, Snorlax here, and unsure how to approach this, but just notice Snorlax doesn't have speed here, which Ash will gladly take this advantage. As the battle begins, Ash quickly uses extreme speed as Arcanine quickly dives in with a powerful hit towards Snorlax, but to Ash's surprise, Snorlax is taking a damage really effortlessly, and Richie simply replied with a powerful shadow punch as Snorlax punches Arcanine with a powerful thud, crashing, almost breaking its jaws a bit here. And Ash noted that this Pokemon is as strong and not just big, it's very tanky, and Ash needs to approach this more differently. And Ash calls upon some flamethrowers to help him, but to Ash's surprise again, Snorlax is surprisingly taking the damage pretty effortlessly again. And this is where Ash quickly thinks, how is Snorlax taking so much damage? And Richie quickly replied, it's Snorlax's ability, Thick That, allows him to resist the fire typing and ice typing pretty good. And this is where Ash quickly needs to do something a bit more differently, as he calls upon a powerful crunch, and Arcanine dives in with a powerful crunch as it tries to bite off Snorlax's arm, but quickly finds out it's not doing any effort because it's not affecting Snorlax in a way that Ash expected to be. And Richie simply replied with a powerful body slam as Snorlax simply falls on top of Arcanine, taking damage, but luckily Arcanine managed to get away before he's crushed to death. And Arcanine simply replied with a powerful couple of flamethrowers, but Snorlax is taking the damage pretty good, but slowly surely it's getting to Snorlax a bit, and Ash sees that, which means he's going to do the same tactic as once Snorlax uses Shadow Punch. Ash simply replied with a powerful reversal here. Once Arcanine took the front, and he quickly dodged in to give him the damage in return, but to Ash's surprise, Snorlax managed to reversal, which leads Arcanine knocked out here. And Richard simply replied he has seen Ash done that move a couple of times, so he quickly finds out how to counter that move. So Ash has not just but to call back in Arcanine and quickly minds himself. Richie has 2 more Pokemon left into his, but he's confident that he can win this as he sends back in Gengar. And this is played out pretty similar way how Ash handles Snorlax, but there's one thing that's giving Gengar advantage here. It's Ghost typing here, which allows Gengar to resist the body slam here, even though Reggie wouldn't do that because he knows it's up against a Ghost type here. And also Gengar can't use Shadow Ball to Snorlax, so it's an even matching here. But once Reggie tries to call upon a powerful Shadow Punch, which does affect Gengar, but luckily for Ash, Gengar uses a powerful Sludge Bomb and managed to poison Snorlax here, which means Ash has advantage on the endurance here. And once Snorlax tries to pummel him with Shadow Punch, Gengar simply replied with a powerful payback, doing double damage, and managed to knock out Snorlax. And quickly Ash thanks Gengar here, because if it wasn't him, he's pretty sure Snorlax could handle Aerodactyl, and is unsure if he could win without Gengar, so he praised him. And Richie calls back in Snorlax, thanking him a heartfelt battle. And this is where Richie looks at Sparky and simply said, "Are you ready?" And Sparky jumps in the battle ready. And these two clashes one another with a Shadow Ball and a Thunderbolt. These two clash one another pretty devastatingly as Gengar tries to hide in Pikachu's shadow, but this doesn't affect Richie because there's one move that Sparky has, which is Discharge, which hits everything no matter where the Pokemon is, which leads Ash to not rely on Gengar's ability to hide in the shadows. These two Pokemon are very fast, diving in one another as Gengar tries to use Payback, but because the battle with Snorlax, it untimed the Payback, doing the most effort it could do as Sparky replied with a powerful Thunder, knocking out Gengar here. However, Ash grins to himself looking at Sparky. It's breathing very heavily, which allows Ash here to give Aerodactyl the win here thanks to Gengar. But once Ash sends out Aerodactyl, and once Aerodactyl looks at the single Pokemon that it just took from, it's simply to get angry. And this is where Ash realized that he doesn't have control over Aerodactyl here because Rage gets the better of him as Ash tries to call upon a move, but Aerodactyl is in a berserk state, meaning that it does whatever it wants. And Richie noticed this, being a experienced trader, and quickly realizes that Aerodactyl is not listening to Ash, which gives him an opportunity out anyways, as Richie calls upon a powerful thunderbolt. And Aerodactyl is hit by this, but still standing. Aerodactyl tries to do a powerful Giga Impact. This is where Ash tries to warn him to not do, because Reggie simply tried the same way how he dodged his Giga Impact, as Sparky uses Quick Attack to avoid the attack and unleashes a second powerful Thunder, knocking out Aerodactyl here. And this is where Ash is pretty devastated and forced to call back in Aerodactyl here. And this is where Ash is pretty devastated from here. And the two trainers greet one another, and Ash simply replied the better trainer won here. But secretly, he wanted to win so badly. He worked so hard to get here, and on that end, because Aerodactyl didn't listen to him, and that's pretty hurtful to him. So Ash simply goes home, and knowing that Richie managed to go all the way to the leads, and is unsure what to do here. After the events of the previous episode, and Ash and his friends, aka his rivals, has gone to the Pokemon Center and figure out what they're going to do next in the journeys. And Ash has made it back to the Professor Oak's lab, and Professor Oak gives him the tickets for him so that he could set out to a new region, but more like islands, going to the Orange Islands. And not only that, he also got some new clothes thanks to his mom, and making sure that his boy doesn't go on in his new journey with those old tattered clothes. With the embarrassing hug out of the way, Ash would have made his way to the plenary, but however he quickly stopped the Pokemon Center and sent out few Pokemon that he thinks that he doesn't need on the journey. And not only that, he wants to bring along Pokemon that he didn't really get a chance to bond or spend time more often. So Ash is going to get back his Clefairy and Mug for the meantime, and keeping only Venusaur and Aerodactyl on his party just for the meantime. As Ash is about to board on the boat, but Ash quickly noticed someone in the deeper crowd, and he noticed Giselle looking a bit gloomy than usual. It's like she doesn't know what to do herself. So Ash approaches her and tries to say hello, and Giselle simply says hello, but she seems to be cold and distant. And Ash asks why so gloomy, and Giselle simply said, I have no idea what to do next. I've been traveling Kanto, getting up 8 badges, and simply just to prove that I'm better than you, Ash. But to put simply, I'm pretty sure I have reached my limits on what I'm capable as a Pokemon trainer. And Ash fears her because he thinks that he also reaches his limits, but he also knows that there's more potential in him that he knows of. Not to mention the rest of his Pokemon isn't even a high level for Pokemon. The only closest Pokemon he ever has is Venusaur in his party. I'm not sure, but Ash noticed Giselle's gloomy face again and pointed, hey, where are you going next anyway? And Giselle simply, she's planning on returning back to her school, but Ash points out, well, do you mind coming on with me? I'm going on this island to gather a mysterious Pokemon. And Giselle is fascinated the item that Ash is describing her, and this is enough to convince Giselle to come with him in his journey for the meantime, which means for the first time Ash has a companion in his travels. For pretty weird for him, but regardless, Ash simply thinks it's going to be a good thing for her and for him. Yeah. After a good hours or so, Ash and Giselle has managed to reach their destination. So the first island here, and Ash and Giselle wanted to go to the Pokemon lab immediately to get to the mysterious ball. But first, Ash and Giselle quickly gone to a letter D, so there's no need to rush here, and they explore the islands and different Pokemon they think they might never seen before, and some of them are pretty weird, but some of them are surprising. Some of them I have never seen before, but unfortunately they just simply came to see out here. But also they see in a far distance with a huge smoke far in the distance, and Giselle and Ash think the situation, but Ash immediately runs off, and Giselle has to quickly catch up to Ash, and surprisingly how fast Ash dashes towards the smoke. And Giselle's, this kid is going to get me into trouble. As we pan out to see a bunch of people robbing some things in a store, and some of these people are wearing the big red up in their t-shirt, as clearly they are from Team Rocket, but one looks very older and seems to be wearing a different uniform, clearly showing he's the more higher level Team Rocket member, clearly an admin. And the admin quickly yells out for the grunts to quickly grab all the goodies they managed to get, but before they could run off, they've been stopped by a powerful sludge bomb under their feet, and shown as Ash and Venus saw stopping these hooligans from getting away here. Ash simply replied, "What do you think you're doing? You can't get away from stealing things that doesn't belong to you." But the Team Rocket simply smirks to himself, "Kid, you have no idea who you're dealing with." As some of the Team Rocket members simply sends out their Pokemon to battle, but unfortunately they are quickly wiped up by Ash's Venusaur using a powerful sludge bomb and a powerful Giga Drain here, knocking all of them out except for one Team Rocket admin, as he seems to be the most experienced, and simply grins and sends out a Weezing to battle. And this is a much more hardcore battle than the other grunts, because Ash actually needs to think of a strategy to counter Weezing's ability to use Smoke Scream and to able to dodge away and landing a surprisingly powerful sludge wave on Venusaur. But luckily this isn't a bad. Luckily Ash isn't alone here, as Giselle simply sends out Marowak for a powerful Flare Blitz, and this very powerful flame managed to hit a powerful hit on Weezing, staggering Weezing and trying to get its distance away from Ash and Venusaur. And it's revealed that Giselle has finally arrived here, and Ash simply yelled, "I'm glad you're here helping me out," but quickly is quiet because Giselle is quickly glaring at Ash to be quiet, thinking he could stop Team Rocket. He isn't a officer here, and they're clearly out of their lead, but since they're already in a battle, Giselle has to simply quiet down and focus on the battle ahead. But he's going to scold Ash later the day, and as the two powerful house Pokemon clearly trying to knock down Weezing, but it's pretty clear that Weezing is being through a lot and actually having a few scars under its belt. And not only that, thanks to its move Sludge Wave to have some distance between the two Pokemon, but unfortunately it's a 2-on-1, and the admin is simply saying this is going to be harder than he thought to be. But thankfully the admin has some backup, as the grunts managed to get up and throw their Pokemon back to the battle. But unfortunately the admin and the Team Rockets quickly needs to get away because they're noticing a police siren, meaning the police are on their way. And the admin quickly thought of a situation with a powerful explosion, but this move managed to get for the moment to get away from the area, leaving Giselle and Ash to be frustrated as Venusaur. And once the officers arrived the scene, they quickly questioned Ash and Giselle the situation, and they just getting a scolding, especially Ash, since he's the one who rushed down taking on Team Rocket. And after that little Ash and Giselle quickly goes to the Pokemon lab to make sure they don't get anyone into trouble thanks to Ash. Once they manage to get to the Pokemon lab, it is played pretty similar as Ash and Giselle meets Professor Ivy and simply gives Ash the GS ball, and this Pokemon really intrigues Giselle. And not only that, but Professor Ivy explaining the mysterious origin of this Pokemon, and Giselle is quickly fascinated and writing down everything that she says here. Not only that, but Ash would have learned that the Orange Island also has gym leader, but it's much more different here because there's only 4 of them, and once anyone collects all 4 of them, they could challenge the champion of the Orange Island. And once Ash hears about this gets Ash pretty exciting, wanting to take on a whole new set of gym leaders. And Ash quickly calls Professor Oak, asking that if he could do this first, then he could give Professor Oak his GS ball. And Professor Oak simply said doesn't have a problem, he's okay waiting for getting a GS ball much more later. And he knows that Ash has becoming much more gloomy lately, and not to mention he's losing himself, so he's okay for this. And only that, Giselle also will follow Ash, not for the gym leaders, but to study and analyze the GS ball. And Ash doesn't have a problem with this, as Giselle and Ash is on their way to the next destination, to the islands. The next day, as Ash and Giselle quickly is rested in the Pokemon Center, and once they get to the next town, they notice an unusual white Lapras sitting out next to the Pokemon Center, as has been harassed by a bunch of Pokemon trainers. And this made Ash pretty angry at this, trying to stop them, but the 3 simply laughs at this, and Ash replies that fine, then we can settle this with a battle, as the other 3 trainers simply accept this, and they throw out their Pokemon ready for a battle. And Ash simply sends out for Clefairy for battle, and just thinking that she needs to join in, but everyone is stopped by a very weird kid, as the kid is asking too many questions of the trainers and the Pokemon, as he's also writing a few sketches of them, and he's pointing out the 3 trainers aren't taking care of their Pokemon, as one of them isn't grown properly and the one fighting Pokemon isn't doing some exercise. But once he gets to Ash's Clefairy, he is fascinated how this Clefairy seems to be quite happy, and not only that, seems to be joyful, and praises Ash is on raising this Pokemon. And this made Ash a bit blushed, thanking the young man, but the 3 other trainers gets frustrated from stopping them for their battle, and Tracy says sorry, and they letting the 3 trainers fighting against Ash. But to be honest, this is completely one-sided here. Even if it's a 3-on-1, Clefairy has a much more higher level than the other 3, which she completely counters everyone with a powerful move blast and managed to knock all of them out, and the 3 trainers simply runs away from their embarrassment. And Ash simply thanks Clefairy and meets Tracy in a moment, and they greet each other, and Tracy points out this Lapras is being abandoned by its herd of other Lapras, and because of this information, Ash feels sorry for the Lapras, and this is where we get plays out pretty similar like in the anime. And over time, Ash noticed a few things with this Lapras. This Lapras is much more older, meaning this Pokemon has been battled a lot more vicious Pokemons in the ocean, meaning this is one of a harder Pokemon to approach, and not only that, to gain its trust over time. But luckily, thanks to Ash with his Pokemon Clefairy, this managed to smooth out a bit, and thanks to this allows Ash to capture Lapras officially. And not only that, Tracy finds out Ash is working with Professor Oak, and noting Professor Oak is one of his biggest heroes, and Tracy demands to come with Ash on his journey, thinking that once Ash completes his 4 gym battles, and not to mention he needs to return back to Pessoa, and Ash doesn't seem to have much of a problem for this, except for Giselle, who protests this, not thinking that Ash could let some stranger join the journey. But Ash points out there's no seems to be a problem with this, and Giselle simply quiets down her anger, quietly accepting this favor, allowing Tracy to join our duos for the moment. Ash and his friends quickly arrive to the site of the Pokemon leader, and it's known that this gym leader is known to live next to the ocean. So Ash and his friends scouted out and finally found the gym leader known as Casey, and Ash immediately challenged her for her badge, but Cassie points out that the badge is very different from the other usual badge. It's not a Pokemon badge, it's a Pokemon race here. But so meaning that Ash needs a Pokemon that's big enough for him to ride on for a swim race. And Ash doesn't have a problem with this because he knows he has one of his Pokemon Lapras to easily ride on her, and with this the race begins. Even though Cassidy's Blastoise is a much more powerful swimmer between Lapras and Blastoise, but Lapras has the one advantage over Blastoise. It knows the ocean much more than Blastoise, and because this allows the race to be similar like in the anime, allowing Ash to win the race, allowing him to earn the Coal Eye badge. As Ash and the gang continue on their journey, and Ash and Giselle and Tracy manage to came across an injured Scyther, as this one Scyther attacks viciously and attacking anything that moves. But unfortunately for Scyther, Ash and the gang don't want to injure the Scyther any more painful, which leaves them no other choice but to capture him. But the only way to avoid harming him even further, as Ash attempted to throw a Pokeball, but Scyther easily broke out of the Pokeball, which leads Ash to send out one of his least strongest Pokemon, which is Clefairy, thinking he knows a good move that could knock out Scyther for a bit, as Ash simply commands for a Singia. With this move, this allows Scyther to quickly fall back to sleep, which would be much more easier to capture, as Ash simply throws his Pokemon and managed to capture Scyther. But immediately they went back to the Pokemon Center and to put on a check to make sure it heals any injuries that it got from the wilds. Once Scyther finally wakes up and clearly notices that he's been captured by Ash, but Scyther does not accept this, thinking that the way how Ash captured him is ungraceful back for him, so which leads him forcibly out of the Pokemon Center and to return to the wild, making sure Scyther doesn't do any more injuries in the process. Ash and his friends return to the forest and finding outside. And once Ash sees the aftermath on why Scyther was injured, to quite simply it's been kicked out by its group, because Scyther is a much more weaker Scyther than his rest of his group here, which leads the leader Scyther to kicking him out. Not only that, to injure Scyther again, as the rest of the Scyther simply flies away, leaving Scyther into the ground. And once Ash and his friend manage to get Scyther back up, and noticing Scyther's pride as a battle has been done, and Ash finally gets it why Scyther won't listen to Ash, and Ash gives Scyther a ultimatum. If Scyther could defeat one of Ash's Pokemon, Scyther is free to go, but if Scyther is unable to defeat one of Ash's Pokemon, and this will prove that Ash did capture Scyther as a official capture battle, and Scyther accepts these terms and wanting a proper challenge and wanting Ash to earn the capture, as Scyther faces one of Ash's Pokemon, and Ash simply sends out Markia, and thinking Scyther thinks this Pokemon is a pushover, so it quickly charges in using its big slides to cut through Mark, but quickly finds out there's a reason why Ash sends out Mark, because it's physical body is unique, able to resist the slash attack. And with this easily allows Ash to knock out Scyther as Mark uses a powerful poison gem, knocking Scyther out. And this leads Ash officially capture Scyther, and Scyther accepts it as becomes Ash's Pokemon. But we plan now to Jessica here after her own little journey that she encountered a Slowbro, and it becomes quickly a nuisance to her that it simply is bugging her so much, and not only that, it keeps fouling her. And because of Slowbro's unusual personality, Giselle accidentally caught him, but unfortunately this leads Giselle to annoy a bit because she didn't want to capture this weird Pokemon. But unfortunately, she already captured, which means she has responsibility over the weird little Pokemon here. After a little short while of travel, Ash and the gang managed to arrive to their next destination, the location of Ash's next second badge in the Orange Island, and finds out the gym leader is known as Daniel, one of a very talkative gym leader here. And Ash simply challenges him for a battle or a challenge of sorts. And Danny catches on that Ash has already been in a challenge, meaning Danny is going to uphold the ante of the challenge. And it goes pretty similar in the anime, but Ash doesn't have the same Pokemon here, very differently. So Ash will use different Pokemon here. He's going to use Scyther, Clefable, Muk, and a Waitress Aerodactyl here. And Aerodactyl will take the role of Charizard because Aerodactyl isn't happy to do the stupid challenges because it simply wants to battle a Pokemon, and because thinking this is a waste of time of its prowess, it quickly just dozes off sleeping in the ground. But Ash urges to help him because Daniel and his Pokemon is already raced down in the hills, which leads Aerodactyl to help just slightly, and using its Stone Edge ability to knock out the rough ice of the sled, allowing them to ride easily here, allowing Ash and the rest of his Pokemon to win the race just like in the anime, leading Ash to win the Sea Rubies badge. And heroes are just relaxing, taking a small break after their long journey ahead, and we find out that Giselle is trying to get Slowpoke to do some training a bit, trying to feel out Slowpoke's Pokemon battle style, but quickly found that it's quickly in interest in battles. And not only that, Giselle needs a couple convincing on Slowpoke to battle, which is a nerve on her part, but eventually they do. But unfortunately, once the battle really gets moving, Slowpoke simply goes off somewhere and quickly is uninterested in the battle, which makes Giselle a bit more angry towards the Pokemon here. And also we found out that Jessica and Tracy don't exactly get along because simply Giselle doesn't trust Tracy here, and Tracy wants to find out about her and more of her Pokemon so that he could sketch out and quickly do his own research note, hoping that his hero professor could approve him as an assistant. But Giselle simply scores off that this kid could never be a lab assistant, and this hurts Tracy's confidence. But unfortunately, lucky for him, he had Ash by himself to calm down the heated argument, which gets Ash a bit annoying. But unfortunately, the arguing is forcibly halted as a very wild, powerful Snorlax appeared, and it seems to devour all the fruits that have been walking on the evening. And Snorlax begins on eating every last food they had for a few months, and Ash and Giselle quickly hurried and sending out their Pokemon. And Tracy doesn't attempt to join in because he's unsure that his Pokemon could handle this clubbing eater here, meaning that Ash and Giselle needs to be the one to take out Snorlax before it consumes all their food here. As Ash sends out Mark and Giselle simply Electrobuzz to battle, and the two command for a powerful poison jab and electro punch. As the two moves collide towards Snorlax, it quickly stops what it's doing and doesn't feel comfortable from the two Pokemon. It's just attack and disturbing its eating, which leaves Snorlax to be in a food rage and quickly goes for a powerful body slam towards the two, and this move nearly knocks out both of their Pokemon, leaving Ash and Giselle to question how strong is the Snorlax truly is, forcing both of them to actually take the situation much more serious than expected, allowing them to survive more devastating blows from the powerful giant. But unfortunately, it doesn't cause them any amount of damage to affect Snorlax here. The only effective move that it seems to face Snorlax is Giselle's Electro Buzz's Break move, and Ash simply grits his teeth, regretting not to bring Primate with him, but unfortunately it doesn't matter in this situation. Unfortunately, Snorlax is such a devastating Pokemon. It knocked out two of their Pokemon pretty easily. But unfortunately, Mug does have using its hidden second ability from Poison Jab, leaving Snorlax to be poisoned in the battle, which gets Ash and Giselle pretty confident for the next Pokemon they tend to throw now. Ash sends out Scyther here, and Giselle simply sends out her more experienced Pokemon, Kangaskhan, and with the goes much more differently because Snorlax is being slowly drained out from itself thanks to the poison, and once Ash attempted to throw his Pokeball, but surprisingly it doesn't seem to catch Snorlax. It simply uses the move Rest and heals all its health, and not just all of its health, it gets rid of the poison, meaning that Ash and Giselle has to rely on damaging a bit, but they need to quickly worry that they need to finish it now before Snorlax could use Rest. But luckily, since Snorlax is in a sleep, allowing them to take more the opportunity to do some damage. But unfortunately, once Snorlax finally wakes up and unleashes a powerful Hyper Beam, meaning this move managed to knock down both of their Pokemon yet again. And Ash is thinking way back in his Pokemon League when he battles Richie's Snorlax and thinking this Pokemon is pretty tanky. Maybe I should really thinking of adding it into my team. Maybe it could help me win in the Pokemon Champion. But unfortunately, Ash and Giselle quickly sends out Venusaur and Giselle to send out Golem here, and because of the two powerhouses of both of their respective teams, this allows them to be a more favorable match type, as Golem is used as a offensive war thanks to being a rock type, being able to resist most of Snorlax's moves, and Venusaur is slowing down Snorlax with moves like Leech Seeds and a Giga Drain to slowly wear down Snorlax. And thanks to this combination, this leads Snorlax to be damaged in this type. Snorlax attempted to use Rest, but unfortunately Ash quickly throws a Pokeball, and with this Ash managed to capture Snorlax, having a very powerhouse Pokemon, but in the course of needing to feed throughout the journey. And Ash doesn't know he could do that, as both of them look the rest of the food and realizing half of the food are gone immediately, which devastates both of them. Yeah. Once the threat has been dealt with, Giselle simply glares at Tracy here and quickly shouts out that Tracy did nothing throughout the situation, and Tracy points out that he couldn't do anything compared to the two because frankly he doesn't have strong Pokemon capable of helping them in the battle, and Giselle simply stops him, and that's the problem. You did nothing. You could have done something to help us there. What if the Pokemon ate everything that we had and we had to have nothing throughout the journeys? And this begins an argument, pointing fingers and jabbing each other, but Giselle is digging in Tracy the most, pointing out he's been a waste for throughout the journey. But Giselle points out that all he does all day is sketch in that stupid book of his and ask stupid and annoying questions all day. He does nothing. All he is just waiting for Ash to get to the islands and battle until they get back to the professor. That's all he does, just waits all day. And this comment leaves Tracy to be much more hurtful, and Ash quickly steps in, being the peacemaker and forcing them to stop arguing and to cool off. This leads Giselle even more ahead that Ash keeps defending him, but she goes off and cools down a bit, and Tracy is actually been hurt by Giselle's words, and Ash simply comforts Tracy. It's okay, Giselle is just being herself. She is being a bit of a challenge to talk to, but Tracy points out Giselle is right. All he's doing is nothing throughout. All he's doing is just waiting Ash to battle the gym leaders and just waiting on him to return back to Professor Oak. He needs to do more for the group, and he asks Ash for helping on his Pokemons and battles, and Ash agrees to this, wanting to cheer up his friend and also wanting to help Tracy, leading Ash to coach Tracy here for the next few days here. A few days has passed for the group, but once Tracy and Ash starts battling for a practice battle, this leads Tracy to get some more being experienced and eat deeper in the battles, allowing Tracy to grow even more than when he tried to attempt himself alone, allowing Tracy to get some crucial information and a few more experience on its belt. But unfortunately, half their battle is forced has to wait here because a Rhydon is rampaging throughout the forest because one of their Pokemon accidentally shot in there. Unfortunately, most of their Pokemon are already tied from their practice battle, leaving no other choice except for Ash here, for sending out Snorlax. But unfortunately, it's already half asleep, meaning that the two quickly need to wake up Snorlax to help them. But once Rhydon quickly charges in Snorlax with a powerful Gyro, this leads these two shocked. But unfortunately, once they open their eyes, they realize Snorlax hasn't been hit by the drill. He's actually been holding on Rhydon's horn here with its bare hand, and this leads Snorlax to lift up the Rhinoceros Pokemon and unleashes a powerful Hyper Beam, knocking out Rhydon here. And this leads Tracy as pretty shocked by Snorlax's power here. But once the threat is over, Snorlax quickly goes back to sleep, and realizing the situation, Ash quickly realizes this is a good practice on Tracy's practice on catching Pokemon. Tracy is hesitant on catching this Pokemon, but Ash points out that Tracy is complaining that none of his Pokemon has reached into that certain level yet, and Tracy has no objection to this throughout Ash's argument. So he simply throws his Pokeball and he caught it pretty simply. And Tracy thinks to himself, Snorlax has some power underneath the sleep that he had. That's how their journey set out for the day. Until the next day, however. Once Ash and the gang have finally arrived to the next destination on Ash's third gym challenge, meeting the guy named Rudy. And Rudy tries to charm Giselle just like Misty in the original, but unfortunately this doesn't seem to affect on Ash because Ash and Giselle only been traveling a few weeks. But this does lead Ash to be frustrating, just wanting this guy to do their challenge already. And Rudy accepted some regardless because he is responsible for being the gym leader. And it's a pretty simple one. After they do the little showcase shooting down targets, and Eric the actor is the one they don't listen to, as because yet again Aerodactyl is annoyed that Ash isn't taking him actual battle, and it's annoyed by this, and Aerodactyl won't listen Ash for the rest of the day here. But the second challenge finally comes because Ash gets past the first challenge, and it's a quite simple one. Ash needs to point out 3 Pokemon typing, and both of them were sent out the same Pokemon type, and Ash quickly thinks out the Pokemon that he wants, and quickly realizes that it's going to be one as Pokemon because he knows he made Aerodactyl a mad towards it, meaning Ash will go with one as Pokemon, but he grins, pointing out there's a few Pokemon he really wants to try out. So he come ask Rudy for a fairy type, a poison type, and a bug Pokemon type. And Rudy is surprised by Ash's very different typing, thinking that he will probably use the common types like fire and water and grass type Pokemon. But it seems that it's going to be a hard challenge for Rudy, but regardless, he accepts the term here. And once the two finally have their battle, both Rudy and Ash sends out their bug Pokemon first, as Ash sends out Scyther and Rudy sends out Venomoth, and the two bug Pokemon clash one another as Scyther uses its speed towards its advantage, moving in fast and uses a powerful slash attack, while Venomoth attempted to win the battle with powder moves like poison powder and keeps himself away with a powerful bug buzz. But unfortunately, Scyther seems to be used to this tactic because he's been practicing battle with Magia because it wanted a revenge towards Mug, and because of this, Scyther has a little tolerance from the poison, allowing Scyther to win for Ash, leaving Ash the worst points here. Ash sends out Lapras and Ruby sends out Kingdra for the battle, even though Lapras is slightly more powerful than Seadra, but there's one key problem. Lapras is the one Pokemon in Ash's body has the least experience in actual battles. The only practice battles that Lapras had is a practice, and Lapras, even though Lapras has getting better, but unfortunately Lapras has reached her limits, and knowing that Ruby and Seadra are the better pair because they've been through a lot and the experience gap between them. And with this fact in mind, Seadra once leaving Lapras her first loss here, and Ash quickly returns her Pokeball, thanking it for the battle. And the third challenge will be Ash sending Mark and Ruby sending out Tentacruel. And because of Ash thinking he could use Mark's his body is advantage, but unfortunately Mark is facing an opponent with perhaps a weirder body than Mark here. Not really, but still very challenging for Mark to grapple the very squishable Tentacruel. And this is actually a hard battle for Mark here because it seems to unable to find a good opening because of Tentacruel's many arms to push away Magia, and also the water typing allowing it to have the advantage when it's out of the surface area going around Magia. But luckily over time Mark does put out Tentacruel, meaning that Ash wins and Ash gets his third gym badge and winning the Spike Shell badge.
It's been a day for our heroes as they try to tend to fall asleep here and prepare for the next journey ahead. But in the midst of the night, someone seems to sneak into the camp and manage to grab something. Luckily, Giselle, even being a light sleeper and uncomfortable sleeping in the forest, quickly noticed everyone immediately and finding out it seems to be a Team Rocket member. Not just a Rocket member, but an admin seemingly took something from them and point out how he's grabbing onto the G as well. And Ash and Giselle and Tracy is a bit of a panic as they promise Professor O to keep it safely. And now this guy seems to have it now, and immediately the admin sends out its Crobat to battle, which immediately sends our heroes to sending out their Pokemon. Even Tracy is participating in the battle here. Unfortunately for our heroes, they never seen a Crobat before, leaving the admin to have an advantage in the air, launching a powerful Brave Bird and a powerful Sludrum, keeping them in the distance. But unfortunately, he's facing Ash and Giselle, two trainers that have fought in the leads and also earn 8 badges, seeming like they're having a better advantage noticing Crobat's movement. But unfortunately, the admin didn't came alone yet, as a bunch of Team Rocket members finally appear and sitting out their battle, noticing this is a much more harder battle for them, as some of them send out the rest of their Pokemon. But unfortunately, the admin seems to make his run away here. But unfortunately, Ash is not gonna let him go with the GS1. Anyone leaving his trusty Pokemon here to defend his friend's Venusaur and quickly chase after the admin here, leaving just had to be frustrated because he's left around defending them with Tracy here, to her annoyance here. As we go back to Ash here, Ash seems to stop the admin in his track with his trusty Aerodactyl on his back and jumping over here, and the admin simply has no other choice but to stop Ash from chasing him, sending out his other Pokemon here, a powerful Ursaring here. And Ash is unsure about this Pokemon because it's the first time he's seeing Ursaring and fighting against it, and quickly realized this Ursaring is pretty strong at managing to push off Aerodactyl for a moment as with a powerful hammer on, but luckily Aerodactyl is a much more wilder Pokemon than Ursaring, being born in the ancient time in the Pokemon world where Aerodactyl seems to be the top predator, and because of this Aerodactyl seems to put down Ursaring and able to handle himself pretty well. But unfortunately, once Ursaring does a much more damage, meaning Aerodactyl is pushed the edge again and unable to control itself as it simply attacks everything in its sight. Really, it's enraged, and as he seems lost control again, forcing him to return Aerodactyl for the moment and sending out his next Pokemon, even though he doesn't have a top Pokemon that could handle Ursaring, but he knows a Pokemon that could do the job well done, as he sends out Markia for battle. But as we plan out that Giselle and Tracy are managing to put away some of the admin, but noticing some of the Pokemon are really struggling here because it seems like Giselle's Executor is being put in by one of the Team Rocket members' Pokemon here, and Giselle is unable to send other Pokemon because one simply popped out in the midst, revealing to be Slowbro here. And not only that, Giselle seems to try to call it back, but Silver seems to disobey Giselle, and the admin thinks this is a good opportunity here, as all of them try to attack Slowbro. He also attempted to protect it, but it seems like the Slowpoke seems to glow its eyes, unleashing a powerful psychic blast to every Team Rocket member, seeming to be that Slowpoke seems to save everyone for the moment, while Giselle and Tracy seems a bit shocked by this, and Tracy realizes that as he's still batting the admin alone, he quickly dashes towards the two as Giselle seems to try her best to regroup the rest of our Pokemon and Ash's and Tracy's Pokemon here. And once we plan back, as Ash managed to defeat the Ursa with Mug's powerful poison jab, knocking their Pokemon down, but the admin seems to not be in a too of a hurry or worried for the moment, as he sends back his and the third Pokemon, noticing its Crobat is returning from a far distance, sending out his powerful Magma, and after a powerful flamethrower towards Markia, knocking out, leaving Ash to return it and really think he has no other Pokemon that could handle Magma. Maybe Scyther, but its typing will be a disadvantage. The Fairy is not sure it could take out this aggressive magma, and not only that, he has Snorlax who is powerful enough to perhaps take out magma, but he knows that Snorlax is already realizing Ash is in big trouble as the Team Rocket admin commands magma to kill Ash with a flamethrower, but luckily the flames seems to be blocked by Tracy's ride-on here. And Tracy, realizing that Ash is in a deep situation as he commands Rhydon to do a powerful draw run, knocking the magma out. And not only that, the Team Rocket member seems to lose the G as well, and noticing it's slow floating away towards Tracy and Ash, revealing that Venom Math has been using Psychic to grab the Pokeball. And realizing the situation he quickly calls Crow back, and quickly rides on him, making his getaway here. Once the Team Rocket disappeared deep in the forest, Ash quickly thanks Tracy for his help, and Tracy says no problem, giving Ash the G as well. And Ash quickly noted himself they need to be more careful here, as Giselle simply appear in front of the boys and apologizing Tracy and saying how sorry she is, saying how loses is Tracy, and Tracy simply replied, "It's not a big of a problem. Thanks to your harsh words, I'm able to do something for one." As the two singers and Giselle actually is praising Tracy's one of his sketches because it does look good, and this is where we're gonna end for the journey here as our heroes continue on the next destination.
As our heroes reach to the next destination, but unfortunately for Ash here, he meets the trainer with a very strong Polylaph, the same one that defeated Ash's Charizard here. But Ash does have Charizard here, but he does have Aerodactyl here, and the battle begins. It goes well for Ash at first, but unfortunately, once Poly has the upper hand, Aerodactyl is really losing here, which causes it to lose control, and Ash is unable to control Aerodactyl, which gives Polyrath and his trainer a big opening here and defeating Aerodactyl with ease here. In this video, just like in the anime here, when Aerodactyl is frozen by Polyrath's Ice Beam attack, and Ash simply warms it up here. This allows Aerodactyl to calm down a bit, and Ash promised that no matter what happens to him, he will take care of him. And this is where Ash's compassion hits through Aerodactyl's aggression and being a very wildful Pokemon. And this causes for them to have a training, but it's much more different. This time it's much more of Aerodactyl's rage control here, allowing Aerodactyl, just like how Charizard will listen to Ash, Aerodactyl will always listen to Ash and let his rage control from the meantime. The next day follows as usual for our heroes here, as they made their way to the final destination for Ash's fourth badge here, and noticing a very red-headed woman here, noting it's the gym leader here, but unfortunately the gym leader mistaken Ash for her son, allowing her to embrace Ash, and after separating for and clarifying it's clearly not her boy, and after embarrassing laugh from Giselle and Tracy, Ash challenge her for her badge, and Luna here accepts the kid's challenge here. And weirdly, the gym is a weird hybrid between a battle and a hot spring here, but it doesn't matter for Ash because he's here for his gym badge here. As Luna sends out her very powerful Alakazam and Marowak to battle, while Ash sends out Aerodactyl here and Lapras here. Weirdly enough, Ash did face these Pokemon before, one from Gary from their previous battle, and one with Marowak. Even though it's a different species altogether, it still battles the same out just from Jessica's one, meaning Ash will have an inside knowledge from Luna's Pokemon, and Ash would take this to advantage and using one Alakazam's one weakness here. It's very weak to physical attack, commanding Aerodactyl to charge in for a powerful winged aerial Asamine. And thanks to Aerodactyl very speedy bug allowing it to crash into Alakazam doing major damage, while Luna simply used Alakazam's teleport move to get himself distant away from Aerodactyl, and Marowak simply charges in using its club to its vengeance with a powerful Thunder Punch, and this does do some damage to Aerodactyl, but luckily it's been through a harder battle because of it, and simply shrugs up and continue its battle with a powerful crunch attack, crunching down Marowak's head here, allowing Lapras to have a big opening here and launching a powerful water pulse towards Marowak. But unfortunately, Alakazam is watching Marowak's back, allowing to stop the water pulse with its psychic abilities and launching back at Lapras here. Luna again attempted for Alakazam to another psychic attack. Unfortunately, Alakazam is being interrupted by Aerodactyl's crunch attack, allowing Lapras to recover, unleashing a powerful ice beam towards Alakazam, doing major damage towards it. But luckily, Marowak is able to be there, unleashing a powerful earthquake towards Lapras. But unfortunately, it doesn't affect his seem to Aerodactyl being a flying type. But luckily, Alakazam could simply float in the air using the move Levitate to dodge the attack completely, leaving Lapras to take most of the damage. And thanks to that Alakazam has enough time to let itself free from Aerodactyl's clutches and launching a powerful Shadow Ball towards it. This leaving Aerodactyl and Lapras need to catch their breaths because of the intense battle. Ash quickly thinks what to do the next situation and quickly realizes something. He commands Aerodactyl to do a powerful impact towards Alakazam, but Lana simply grins at this because she could simply command Alakazam to teleport, and immediately Alakazam is simply teleported behind Aerodactyl here. But unfortunately, Lapras unleashes a powerful Hydro Pump towards Alakazam, hitting it. And not only that, the momentum is carrying towards Aerodactyl here, and with the combination Hydro Pump pushing it further with a powerful Giga Impact. Luckily for it, has the ability Solid Head here, allowing to resist the recall move, leaving devastating damage towards Marowak, leading Ash the victor here and winning the Jade Star badge here. And as our heroes plan on traveling out their last island, but unfortunately someone has been appeared recently, and this plays out pretty much the anime where Ash and the gang meet with Lorelei, and Ash immediately wants to challenge an Elite Four member. It took some convincing, but Ash managed to do so as Ash tries to use his highest level Pokemon Venusaur, faces one of Lorelei's toughest Pokemon, Jinx here. Even though it's a Heartwell battle for Ash, but unfortunately Ash isn't that higher level yet, especially towards Elite Trainer yet, and this is Ash's first time facing one of them. But Ash was putting up a very hardcore battle thanks to Venusaur, but unfortunately its weakness towards Icy was too much for Venusaur, allowing Ash to be defeated here. And this is where Lorelei gives Ash some crucial advice here.
Ash, the path that you follow will be a hard and arduous journey, but eventually you will understand sometimes every hardship that you went towards, and once you finally get there, and only just to fall back down. It might be hard, but eventually you would achieve your dream. But not to mention, and once you climb that mountain again and you finally dream, but once you do so, be careful not to grow egotistical. Make sure you don't forget where you started, and always remember, be yourself. And always love your Pokemon uncompassionate. Once the Elite Four member won, and Ash is thinking deeply on what she said to leaving Ash in thought.
And before we get to the Champion Leagues, we cross plan out to a certain Pokemon movie, the Pokemon where Ash meets Lugia. Everything plays out the same, but there are a few crucial details here. One, Giselle seems to get a little jealous when Maddie tries to flirt around with Ash, especially when she did a big kiss on him. Secondly, Aerodactyl would be the one helping Ash getting on the next island and saving the 3 Kanto birds and also Lugia. But third, most importantly, the legendary Pokemon seems to have glowing red eyes, indicating that something has tempted and making them much more aggressive, which means this isn't a natural occurrence here, meaning someone is been planning out here. As we plan to another area, seem to be the 2 Team Rocket admin members are right now contacting to the higher ups and reporting their experiments with the 4 legendary Pokemon here in the Orange Island, and finding out the research has been successful. Giovanni will be much more pleased and finding a suitable replacement for his sick legendary weapon here, as we plan out to Ash and the gang now.
Once the 4 have make their way to their final destination, but unfortunately Ash has been thinking a lot, and he talks to Tracy and Giselle in his situation. Even though he managed to collect all 4 badges, but winning the Orange League is a different entirely. Even himself couldn't able to reach the top 20 in the Indigo League. And Ash begins to rumor all the possibility how he could lose out. What if he didn't bring the right Pokemon with him? What if Snorlax slips in the middle of the battle? What if Aerodactyl stopped listening to me? But before Ash could continue rambling, as Tracy did his best to calm Ash down, Giselle simply smacks Ash in the face gently. Ash, stop making excuses on what you couldn't do in the Indigo League. You couldn't control back then, and you can't control what happens in the future, but you can do something and right now, Ash. And what are you going to do about it? Ash quickly thinks on Giselle's words and thinking to himself, he said he's going to prepare for the league, and Tracy spoke up. We are going to help as we are your friends after all. And don't forget, you still have your Pokemon by your side. And Ash simply smiled at this. Thanks guys, that means a lot. I have been traveling by myself since the beginning, and sometimes it's hard. Even though I still have my Pokemon by myself, I still couldn't shake this feeling I'm still alone. And thanks to you guys for coming along. I could not have done this without you. And the trio begins to train together, especially towards Ash and Jessica having tons and tons of practice battle between all the 6 of their Pokemon. But there's something very happening here. Snorlax is going to be a big problem because it's already asleep. That is going to be a big hindrance for Ash's battle, meaning Ash will come in the league with 5 Pokemons only, while the battle will be a 6-on-6 battle, meaning Ash has to send Snorlax away and send one of his other Pokemon in the Pokemon lab. Giselle suggests on a strong Pokemon like Aerodactyl or Magneton or even Kingler, but Ash shuts that down because he wants to use Clefable, even though it would be a good idea to bring his other Pokemon, but it will rob Clefable of the opportunity to shine, even though it competes in the league. But this journey is about for Ash to bond with the other Pokemon that he didn't spend much time with, and that's what he's going to do and finish off the Pokemon that he brought with. And Giselle simply couldn't complain and accept Ash's offer on Clefable. And one more practice battle the next day, the league announced that Drake would defend the title with Ash in a full 6-on-6 battle as Ash and Drake simply step in the battlefield, staring one another, waiting for the referee to call out the match.
As Ash and Drake stare at each other, waiting, the referee patiently to call the match begin. As Drake is the one defending his champion, he sends out one of his most trickier Pokemon for his opponent, sending in a Didio. Ash has heard about the species before, but he has never seen one before. So he checks on his Pokédex, getting every information in his head clearly, and noticing it could transform one of his Pokemon. Unwilling to send out one of his stronger Pokemon, but he will send out one of Ash's newer Pokemon to battle here, sending out a Scyther to battle. Once the Scyther is out in battle, the Didio immediately starts transforming thanks to its ability to do so. Now Ash is facing up against his own Scyther, capable of everything that his Scythers could do. But unfortunately, there's one thing Ash is planning throughout the battle, and quickly commands Scyther to an aerial ace, and Drake follows the same way to command his own Scyther to do a powerful aerial ace. The two Scyther clashes their swords one another, doing complicated aerial moves throughout the battle. As the two Scyther returns back to the trainers, but both of them immediately call out for both X's. As the two Scyther once again clash their fists, but it's a standstill. But unfortunately for Drake's day, his Didio is unfamiliar with Scyther's ability, which gives Scyther the upper hand here and manages to crash through Scyther's defense and able to unleash a powerful X-Scissor. But unfortunately for Ash, Drake's Scyther will attempt to use Sword Dance, which gives enough time for Ash's Scyther to do a powerful aerial ace. This does so with great effect, but unfortunately Scyther is boosted up tremendously, and now the next move will do major damage towards the opponent. Immediately Ash tries to recall back Scyther away from Drake's Pokemon, but unfortunately Scyther, being a very fast species of a Pokemon, is able to quickly close in addition distance and unleashing a powerful aerial ace towards Ash's Scyther, doing critical damage towards it. Then Ash quickly needs to do something fast, and he commands Scyther to do a Sword Dance as well. But this does lead for Drake's Pokemon to do an opportunity and going down with a powerful X-Scissor. But the moment it hits Scyther here, it gives Scyther enough time to recover and unleashes a powerful Fury Cutter. It does solid hit, but unfortunately it isn't enough to stagger Scyther, and returns with a powerful X-Scissors here. But unfortunately, every time Drake tries to attack Ash's Scyther, Ash's Scyther keeps using Fury Cutter over and over again, which is weird for Drake here, because Scyther would be resistant against that move, especially being a flying type Pokemon. But quickly realized that what Scyther is doing, because Ash's Scyther is overpowering Scyther, even though both of them are boosted thanks to Swords Dance. But it seems like Ash's Scyther is slowly winning throughout the battle, and Drake quickly realized Fury Cutter might have some weird effect and tries to command Scyther to do his own Fury Cutter, but unfortunately it's too late for Drake, as Scyther managed to defeat Didio here, transforming back to its normal form. Ash quickly thinks to himself it doesn't matter if Didio can do anything what his Pokemon do, but there's one key difference between them. Ash knows his Scyther pretty well, and Drake has to quickly learn Scyther's ability and the species in general, which Drake clearly lacks of from it. Once Drake recalls back his Didio, he quickly grins back to Ash and simply throws his next stronger Pokemon to battle, a very snake-like Pokemon, thinking it could be an Onix, but once it reveals it's much more differently. It's a Steelix, and Ash has never seen a Steelix before, so quickly pulls up his Pokédex to get information, and finding out it's not a rock type but it's a steel type, meaning that Ash will deal up against a Pokemon that he never fought, and additionally a typing that he's never battling before, but luckily Ash has experience with steel type Pokemon thanks to Magneton back in Professor Oak. Ash attempted to recall back Scyther here, but unfortunately Scyther stopped Ash before he could return back to his Pokeball. It's clearly that Scyther wants to battle the stronger Pokemon, and Ash has no argument against it, allowing Scyther to continue the battle, as Scyther tries to use his complicated arrow move to simply get the steel type Pokemon to confused, but the moment it tried to strike through the very high defense Pokemon, it quickly realized that it has no chance on doing any significant damage towards it, as Steelix simply replied with a powerful rock slide, as all the rocks in the air simply falls down into the ground. And unfortunately, even though Scyther is pretty speedy, but unfortunately is unable to dodge falling rocks on top of him, doing some critical damage. But unfortunately, luckily for Scyther, is still standing, meaning that there's one more hit then it's over. So Scyther goes in with a powerful Fairy Cutter, but the moment it hits Steelix again, it seems to be unfazed by the attack, unleashing a powerful Iron Head, smacking Scyther towards the ground, making a huge dent in the ground, meaning Scyther is clearly knocked out, forcing Ash to return back the Pokemon. Ash knows pretty well that he's not going to take a chance risking sending out the Pokemon. Rather, he wants to take the advantage on sending out an advantage type like his Lapras to battle. And he knows that Ice type doesn't seem to be good against Steel, but luckily it's a ground type, meaning Lapras should have an easier time with a water typing. But unfortunately, this is Lapras' harder battle that she has ever been, meaning it's going to be a hard battle. But luckily, Ash quickly thought of a quick strategy, as Steelix tries to use Dig to try to get the advantage towards underground. But unfortunately for Steelix, Ash simply commands Lapras to spread out the battle with Ice Beam, and because of this, Steelix might have a harder time cracking out of the ground, even though it's a steel typing, but it will take more effort on digging out, leading Lapras to have a bigger chance to find out where Steelix is located at once the ground suddenly breaks through. But unfortunately, it's much more slow, giving Lapras a bigger opportunity to unleash a powerful Hydro Pump towards the stick, and Steelix is taking major damage towards it. But Drake is down with the playing defense for now and commanding for aggressive move with a powerful item, making Lapras take a huge amount of damage towards its tail. Not only that, Steelix is wrapping around Lapras tightly and won't let go from it, but unfortunately, Lapras simply managed to unleash a powerful water burst towards Steelix, and this move seems to let go from the Lapras, and realizing the field is still frozen in ice, Ash quickly took the opportunity to slide, and with this, Lapras has an easier time as it literally slides around the battlefield made of ice, meaning that once Steelix tries to use a powerful rock slide, but unfortunately Lapras is sliding through the battle, allowing to avoid the many rocks falling on top, meaning Lapras has a bigger chance on hitting Steelix by the side with a powerful Hydro Pump, and this time the second move managed to knock out Steelix, and this leads Drake to be very surprised by Ash's quick thinking and crazy out-of-the-box strategy, meaning Drake simply returns Steelix, and this time he quickly looked through the environment and the Pokemon and realized he has a perfect Pokemon to dealing with Lapras, and he simply sends out Gengar for battle. And immediately Gengar simply speeds around the battlefield, pretty circling around Lapras, waiting for its turn to command a move. And luckily, Ash has dealt with this type of Pokemon before, and he even has one at the Pokemon lab. But unfortunately, Lapras did took some serious damage towards Steelix, and not to mention Gengar seems to be a really tough opponent, meaning Ash has to rely on the knowledge that he has over the species, meaning once the battle begins, Drake simply calls for Gengar to hide in the shadows, and Ash quickly knows what to do next, as he simply commands Lapras to do a Paris song, as Lapras sings out the battlefield like a very on rifle goes echoing the battlefield, meaning that both trainers have three turns of move before both their Pokemon fade, and Drake quickly realizes he can't rely on a hit and run tactic, meaning he can either try to return Gengar, but unfortunately he doesn't want to give his opponent the opportunity to get a free switch up on him. Immediately, Drake calls for Gengar to do a powerful Shadow Ball towards Lapras as Gengar reappears behind Lapras, unleashing a powerful Shadow Ball. And not only that, it seems to lower Lapras' defense with a Shadow Ball, giving it another opportunity to do a second Shadow Ball. But unfortunately, Lapras managed to use Ice Beam to nullify the attack and stopping both moves colliding one another. As Gengar tried to hide his shadow again, but Drake quickly knows he can't rely on that because any minute now Gengar could be knocked out, leaving Gengar to forcibly attack too hardly. But luckily for Lapras, it notices where it's at and unleashes a powerful Ice Beam towards it. And this seems to freeze Gengar a bit, being frozen, which is a disaster for Drake here, meaning not only Gengar is frozen, meaning that Parashang has finally rushed through its course and both Pokemon fainted because of this, meaning the one trainer that half his team is already knocked out, meaning Ash is already ahead, leading a 5-minute break here as both trainer tries to think the next Pokemon to send out, and quietly saying thank you to Jessica in his head for showing why Parashang is such a powerful move. It seems to be that Drake is actually having a fun in the battle, actually having had to work for the win, meaning that Drake will try his best to earn the next win here, as he sends out Electro Buzz to battle. Ash quickly looks through the Electro Pokemon, thinking his experience with Gisele's Electabuzz and noting that the species likes to get in close, which is exactly what Ash is counting on, and is sending out his more physical, bulky Pokemon to battle Muk here. As the battle begins, and Ash calls for Muk to do a powerful Sludge Bomb as the Gunk Pokemon shot out a few balls of poison, but unfortunately for Muk, Electabuzz seems to dodge the attack gracefully and even destroy one of them with a powerful Thunderbolt. And not only that, he attempts to charge in with a powerful Thunder Punch, but unfortunately, to Drake's surprise, Muk doesn't attempt to dodge it, but simply gets hit by it. Even though it's got directly hit by the Thunderbolt, but it seems to be no effect towards the poison Pokemon. It thanks to its unique biology. Not only that, Ash commands for a powerful body slam as the Labian Pokemon simply slams all its way towards Electabuzz, leaving to be trapped in its body. And not only that, Electabuzz seems to struggle on breathing or even breaking out through its body, which gives Muk a disgusting advantage, using powerful Sludge Bomb at close range, unleashing a powerful few shots towards Electabuzz. But luckily, Electabuzz seems to shake off Muk with a powerful Thunder, which does seem to let go from allowing him to be set free, but unfortunately Electabuzz took in too many damage to ignore the effect, leaving Muk with a powerful poison jab, finishing the job done. And Drake is simply blown away by Ash's Pokemon, sending back his Electabuzz. Looking the Pokemon that he has left, he only has 2, but the one that he's confident go with him out the battle at the end. But first he sends out his Venusaur, and this allows Ash to grin a bit, thinking, I know the species like the back of my head. Even though Ash is facing up a Pokemon that he knows pretty well, Drake won't let that allow him to get another win, as Muk tries to attempt the same strategy by using Body Slam to crush Venusaur, but unfortunately Venusaur is way too big for Muk to let you consume in its body, but allowing Venusaur to launch a powerful Earth Power, using the earth beneath the ground unleashing a powerful exploding underneath both of them, which causes major damage towards Smoke, seemingly knocking the poison Pokemon out. Now that Ash is the one only have a Pokemon left in this battle, but Ash isn't too worried and sending out Aerodactyl to battle, and immediately Aerodactyl will take the advantage, facing up a opponent that is forcibly fired on the ground while it simply flies in the air, and using this to its big advantage, unleashing a powerful aerial ace towards Venusaur. But it seems that Venusaur didn't attempt to dodge but simply took it, leaving as surprised as Venusaur launches a powerful Leech Seed, meaning that Ash is have a clock running out, and Ash doesn't want to take that chance, knowing the species is capable of handling a ton of abuse, meaning Ash has to quickly end this with a powerful Giga Impact. And Aerodactyl smiles at this, doing what it does best, launching itself towards the point with its body weight towards it. But unfortunately, Venusaur managed to simply dodge, but doesn't immediately dodge all the damage, and it did took some of the damage, but luckily Venusaur immediately goes to a next move with a powerful Giga Drain, and this move seems to really wear down Aerodactyl, but luckily it quickly shakes off that set and simply flies back up and avoiding Venusaur's attacks with Giga Drain again. But the constant Giga Drain attack seems to stop as Venusaur seemingly is charging up for attack, and as we can realize it's using Solar Beam, attempting to knock out Aerodactyl. So Ash won it with Aerodactyl charging in as Venusaur launches the fully charged up Solar Beam towards Aerodactyl, but luckily Ash thought a quick strategy using Rock Slide like a cover to block the damage, but unfortunately the Rock Slide did do a good job being a makeshift shield, but it didn't avoid all the damage as Aerodactyl did took some of the damage, but luckily it charged in with another Giga Impact, and this seems to knock the two Pokemon down for the moment, but quickly stood back up ready for their next conclusion. Both trainer calls out for a Giga Drain and the other calls for another aerial ace here, as the two Pokemon collide one another, but unfortunately Aerodactyl seems to weave through the Giga Drain and launching towards a powerful air slash towards Venusaur, but Venusaur quickly retaliates with a powerful Giga Drain and simply slowly gets back its health back from the damage. But unfortunately for Ash and Aerodactyl, throughout the battle, Aerodactyl is moving much more slower throughout the battle, meaning Leech Seed is going to knock it up before Venusaur could. And Ash quickly needs to think on another strategy and quickly realize that he could do something entirely out of the strategy, and that's what Ash does best, is he simply commands for a Rock Slide. Aerodactyl knows what his trainer is doing and he likes and he loves it, so he summons a bunch of rocks falling down Venusaur, and Drake seems to apply this old strategy again will work as he commands for Venusaur to block the attack with Earth Power. As the rock attempted to crash down at Venusaur, it used the Earth to make a makeshift shield around itself, but unfortunately the rocks didn't attempt to hit Venusaur. It quickly simply put a barrier circling it, meaning Venusaur is trapped in it, and quickly realized what Ash is doing. Drake simply trying for Venusaur to call for a Solar Beam, but it seems to be too late as Aerodactyl closes in with a powerful Giga Impact, as this move simply knocks out Venusaur, meaning there's no escaping Venusaur for this time, and seems to knock out Venusaur. Drake simply slouches over, returning his trusty Venusaur back and praising how much effort he put throughout, meaning Drake has one more Pokemon left, but luckily it's one of his best one, as he sends out Dragonite, and this simply even scares actor Aerodactyl for a moment, and simply is shaking off the fact that this Dragonite is very opposing, and Ash could sense it, taking out his Pokédex, finding any crucial information that he could gather. All he knows is the evolution of Dragonair, and this Ash plants are the back of the memories where Dragon back in the Indigo League gives him a lot of trouble, and that is not even the final evolution, and is facing one up against it now, meaning Ash really needs to be wary. But luckily, Ash brought one Pokemon that could take care of it. Once the battle begins, Ash doesn't waste any more time and commanding an attack to do another Giga Impact, but unfortunately Drake says one move, Extreme Speed, and this move blitzspeeds an attack to the ground, shocking everyone in the crowd, and even Ash didn't even know what just happened, but he does see that an attack is launching over as Dragonite stands top, defeating this Pokemon in the field and forcing Ash to quickly get back from the shock that he just witnessed and recovering Arato back. He knows Attack is damaged, but he didn't expect Dragonite to hit that hard, and actually realizes he needs to send out his secret weapon now before it's too late, and sending out his only Pokemon that could handle a dragon type with a fairy type, sending out Clefairy here. Ash is grinning, thinking that he should be taking out his Dragonite, but Drake simply laughs and Ash demands what's so funny, and Drake simply replied, "You thinking a type advantage can take down a pseudo-legendary Pokemon? Ash, I'll give you one advice. Don't underestimate a powerful Pokemon, especially a Dragonite in battle." Taking Drake's warning to heart, Ash quickly is going to be much more worried throughout the battle because Drake is...
Once the battle has started, Ash calls for Clefairy to do a powerful Moonblast towards Dragonite, but to Ash's surprise, Dragonite simply dodged out of the way, but with very graceful movement on a powerful Extreme Speed towards Clefairy. Ash quickly remembered what Drake said to him earlier in the match. He quickly retract Clefairy back off and commanding a more quick strategy with a wish command. As Clefairy simply waves her fingertips, simply the air is tremendous with fairy-like energy, meaning in the next few turns Clefairy will recover some health, but unfortunately it won't save Ash and Clefairy because Drake simply commands Dragonite to boost his power tremendously. The powerful Dragon Dance, as Dragonite simply took this opportunity, dancing along with Dragon type movements and increasing its attack speed tremendously. As Ash commands Clefairy to do a powerful blast once, this time it managed to scrape off Dragonite barely, which allows Dragonite to attack again with another Extreme Speed. As noticing a pattern, Drake is only using Extreme Speed, noting Dragonite would have a Dragon type move, but it depends how much it has, meaning that Ash might have a good opportunity of move set advantage, meaning that Ash can draw off the bat until Dragonite gets tired enough, leaving Ash in a very dangerous position as he commands Cosmic Power, as this seemingly stocks up Clefairy's ability to survive further any sort of attack, but luckily Drake's Dragonite wouldn't be affected by this as he quickly uses a powerful Extreme Speed again. Even though Clefairy is taking a lot of lead, Wish has finally done its thing and healed Clefairy all of its injuries, but unfortunately Drake simplifies one move here, Roost, meaning that Dragonite has his own ability to heal itself in battle, and as realizing it has an increased move that increases its stat and also it heals up, and not to mention a move that it's so fast that Clefairy is unable to predict where it is, meaning Ash in a very dangerous situation, meaning he needs to rely some damage to wear down Dragonite. The only thing keeping Clefairy in a battle is Cosmic Power here, and needs to cause something else, and quickly Ash thought of something here. Ash commands Clefairy to Moonblast once again, the only difference is to aim it in the sky, and Clefairy without hesitation listens to her trainer and commands a powerful blast towards the sky. Seemingly confused by Drake is confused by Ash's action, but the moment Dragonite uses Extreme Speed again, all of a sudden it gets flashed from the Moonblast, meaning it's blind for a moment, giving Clefairy a big opportunity to use a powerful Moonblast, and this time it seems to do very effective damage as Dragonite is simply breathing heavily. And when Drake tries to use Roost again, Ash has an opportunity for Clefairy to use Ice Beam, simply with a powerful aura in her mouth unleashing the icicle energy towards Dragon. It seemingly do major damage to the quadruple damage through Dragon. Dragonite. But seemingly Dragonite is still standing ready for the next conclusion as Dragon simply commands for Dragonite to do a powerful Dragon Claw. And Ash quickly thinks to himself, what's Drake doing? He knows it won't be effective against Clefable, but just in case, Ash will command Cosmic Power to store up more power and defense for Clefable. But unfortunately, Ash went to Drake's trap as he didn't intend to hit Dragonite's Dragon Claw with contact. He simply charged the two claws in the ground and blasting under Clefable's feet, scattering the battlefield, meaning that Clefable will have a harder time tracking down Dragonite or have a bigger opening because the rocky surface is blocked a clear shot. And unfortunately for Ash, Dragonite is a Pokemon that can fly, and taking that to its advantage, when Drake commands for extreme speed, Dragonite takes the opportunity of the scattered rock and using its ability to move so swiftly that Clefable once tried to attempt to track down Dragonite's movement simply is fair because Dragonite can simply hide in the rocks, and once Clefable's blind spot is wide open, Dragonite takes the opportunity to dash towards it and simply claws it to death with a powerful speed knocking Clefable and Ash's complete shock on the quick event that just happened before him. Recalling back Clefable and kinda shaking, and almost seems like Ash is afraid to send out Saw. He simply closes his eyes remembering every adventure he threw with Venusaur. The moment it was a Bulbasaur with an unforgettable journey thanks to Venusaur's courage and companionship. Ash feels he got his confidence back after the reminder of what Ash got here to begin with. Not just him is fighting, it's his Pokemon too. Once he sends out Venusaur to battle, he simply got loud determination to win the battle for his choice. The two Pokemon stare one another waiting for the trainer to command a call, and Dragonite takes no chance on commanding Dragonite for a powerful Dragon Claw, and Dragon with tremendous speed by its side simply dashes towards Venusaur. But unfortunately, Drake seems to see that Venusaur isn't attempting to move away, and simply Dragonite's claw simply clashes with Venusaur's thick hide, and it does a lot of damage towards Venusaur, but it simply stood against the damage. And because of that, Drake realized what Ash is about to do, and it's too late for Dragonite to dodge it. And Ash command for a lead sheet, and right now Ash will playing his greatest Pokemon strength, allowing to stay in the battle with endurance, meaning Dragonite is in a time clock. It doesn't matter how fast it could, it all gets strong every time with Dragon Dance. If Dragonite will simply get tired before it could finish off Venusaur, and that's what Ash is planning. And then this moment of ability gives Venusaur the big opening with a powerful sludge bomb, does devastating damage towards Dragonite, and when Dragonite tries to shake off poison and attempting to avoid getting poisoned, Venusaur has a big opportunity by charging in quick with a powerful Giga Drain, slowly draining half what's left of Dragonite. But unfortunately, one Drake commands Dragonite to snap out of it and command a powerful Dragon Claw. Dragonite simply snaps out of his fuzz and simply charges Venusaur with powerful claws 1, 2, and leaving Venusaur with critical damage. But unfortunately, this is enough to stagger Venusaur as he simply charges in again, but this time using off power to simply lift Venusaur up, which gives Venusaur the aerial ability to do a powerful sludge bomb coming down on Dragonite. Dragonite attempted to use Ruse and it successfully hit itself, meaning that it can continue the battle with a powerful extreme speed and lifting Venusaur up in the air and crushing there with a powerful momentum. But unfortunately, when Dragonite tries to attempt to let go, Venusaur uses Giga Drain to wrap around them together, meaning both are gonna crash down in the battle with a powerful thud and a big explosion. But luckily, Venusaur even though it took a lot of damage, luckily with a combination of Lead Seed and Giga Drain allow him for Venusaur to gain some crucial health. But unfortunately, its stamina might get it. But unfortunately, the different case between its stamina, which is a big problem, and seemingly Dragonite has two agents towards Clefairy and Bee, but it's still a pseudo-legendary that Ash is facing towards, meaning Ash has to try something much more harder. And Drake soon commands one more move, Dragon Net, and this is a fourth time Dragonite. It boosts its attack and speed, when Dragon just simply gushes towards the air with extreme speed, circling around Venusaur with a mixture of rocket terrain, making it even harder for the plant Pokemon to track down Dragon. Ash quickly needs to think of the situation fast, but before he could think of something, Dragon is simply speed blitzing towards Venusaur, hitting 1, 2, 3, and a dozen times, and unable for Venusaur to react in time. And Ash needs to quickly think something what to do, and quickly thought of something. Venusaur use Earth power, but slamming into the ground everywhere. Once Venusaur executes move, it didn't do any damage towards Dragon when it blitz speeds around Venusaur, but it does have a different effect. Dragonite is blind once again and is unable to attack Venusaur because it's hitting towards the rock, leading to hurt itself more than Venusaur. And because Dragon has to force itself to wait and simply tries to shake off the dust from its eye, giving Venusaur a powerful sludge bomb towards Dragonite. And this move simply does critical damage, and not only that, it's been poisoned. The combination of Lychee and poison working against Dragonite's ability to battle, meaning Dragonite is in a very difficult situation, allowing Venusaur edges. Unfortunately, when Drake commands for Dragon Claw, once Dragonite manages to shake off the dust, it simply clashes down with Venusaur with a powerful Dragon Claw, and this time Venusaur is in a difficult situation, even though its health is being good lately in the battle. Now it's drastically low, meaning as knows one more hit is good as gone for Venusaur, including Drake noticing Dragonite's stamina, meaning both trying to commence one move respectively, Dragon Claw and Sludge Bombs. Dragonite simply charges towards Venusaur, and Venusaur is charging up a powerful Sludge Bomb towards Dragonite. With a seemingly both Pokemon seems to hit each other at the exact same time, leading for both of them to stay in the ground, meaning both Pokemon are struggling to get up. But it's clear which Pokemon stands up first. It's Dragonite, which fell down immediately, leaving Venusaur to stand up and crying out in victory. And Ash, in true amazement, could not believe what just happened. He could do is charge toward Venusaur and give it a big hug, thanking so much for what he has done for him. As Drake recalls back Dragon and praising for Dragon do so well in the battle, and surprised for once they could not win together, leading Drake to smile towards Ash's victory. And once the celebration has fitted in, Ash celebrates his win with a trophy and all the Pokemon that he used by himself in the Orange Island, including Tracy and Jessica, to praise Ash. And that's where we're gonna end the episode. And not just end here, but ending here. Season 1. I hope you guys like my version of What If Ash Was Never Late. I hope you guys enjoy this, and I know what you're thinking, this could not be the end. But don't worry, Season 2 will come sooner than you would expect. Next time, keep it humble, keep it peace. Until next time.